Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 1. Nancy placed a hand to her chest, trying to calm the excitement that fluttered inside of her. Every time a new guest was announced at the door of the ball, she turned to see if Timothy had arrived yet. Timothy Lockhart, the Marquis of Honeyfield, was her betrothed, and the most charming man she had ever met. "Calm yourself, Lady Bolton." Ruth, her maid, and chaperone for the evening, was holding on to her arm, clutching tightly. "You will make yourself ill with all this excitement." "If love does make me ill, then I will be happy to suffer it." Nancy giggled as she turned away from her friend, looking once more to the doorway for the next arrival. This time, she was not disappointed. Timothy Lockhart had arrived, his dark blonde hair combed and styled, his complexion tanned and clean-shaven. He cut a dashing figure as he strode into the ball, his grey eyes darting around the room to find her. Nancy bobbed on her toes, unable to hold back her excitement at his arrival. She released hold of Ruth's arm and hurried toward him, aware that poor Ruth was struggling to keep up, as she slipped between the guests in the room. "Lady Bolton." He reached her side, remembering for a moment to give her a formal bow, before taking her hand in his. Their courtship had progressed so far, that when in each other's company they would drop such formalities, preferring to be at ease with one another instead. Yet, as they were at a ball, they had to remember the proprieties in public. "How are you this evening?" "All the happier for your arrival, my lord," Nancy declared with glee, clutching tightly to his hand. The most handsome man she had ever met, she was both nervous and excited in his presence. She pictured herself like a butterfly, fluttering around with nerves. Ruth reached her a moment later, her hands pressed uncomfortably to the brocade of her dress. Nancy's eyes looked at her with concern. As a maid, Ruth was not accustomed to the more formal corset she had been forced to wear this evening. She had already complained more than once of its tightness, and her complexion appeared pale. "Are you quite well, Ruth?" Nancy turned to her for a moment, still not releasing Timothy's hand. "Quite well, Lady Bolton," though Ruth's face appeared a lot more perturbed than her words. "I wonder if I could steal Lady Bolton away from you for a few minutes, Miss Cunningham?" Timothy asked with a smile, before returning his grey eyes to Nancy. "I have already secured the first 2 dances with her, and now I have arrived, I would not wish to delay." "Of course." Ruth nodded with a smile, urging Nancy forward. Nancy raised her eyebrows to her friend, asking silently if she was certain she was well. Ruth nodded again in reply. Nancy turned back to Timothy with eagerness, and followed him to the dance floor, unable to tear the smile of happiness from her face. As the violin music struck up, Nancy's eyes never moved from her betrothed. Their betrothal was still in its early days, yet Nancy was certain of her future happiness. With such a gentleman at her side, she could want for nothing. They were an eligible match, both from wealthy families who commanded a lot of respect by the ton. She knew that this was important to her father. He had always impressed upon her the need to maintain the family's reputation, and as such, her union to the Marquis family was greatly anticipated by him. She and Timothy made a beautiful couple too. His fair hair and grey eyes contrasted her ochre black hair and bright blue eyes in a striking way. So much so, that when they walked into assembly rooms together, eyes turned to look at them. "People are looking at us again," Nancy whispered for only Timothy to hear, as they began their routine together. Timothy smirked knowingly, glancing around the room before replying. "So, let them look. I am dancing with the most beautiful woman in the room, and am happy to have the envious stares of my peers." His compliment had her giggling, a small blush creeping across her cheeks. As she looked up again, her eyes passed over to where Ruth stood. She had grown even paler than before. Her dark eyes were unable to stay fixed on one place, and she appeared to be unfocused. Her hands were pulling even more at her dress, the corset clearly uncomfortable. Throughout the dance with Timothy, Nancy grew more and more anxious for her friend. So much so that when the dance ended, she had to beg him for a small pause before their next dance. "Ruth is clearly quite unwell. I feel I should help her to some fresh air," she explained, as Timothy escorted her back across the room. "Of course, allow me to come with you?" Timothy asked, his concerned gaze dropping to Ruth as they reached her side. The impropriety of the suggestion brought another laugh from Nancy. "My lord. What if people were to see us go outside together? Even with our chaperone? We would be the talk of the town indeed." He laughed too, shaking his head. Though Nancy's words had been said in jest, there was some truth in her sentiment. Her father had repeatedly warned her about the need for discretion and good manners. She could never do anything to risk her reputation. To think of it would be unbearable. "I will look after Ruth, thank you for the offer. We will be back soon." Nancy released Timothy's hand, more than a little sad to part from him, and put her arm around her friend, hurrying her outside. "Nancy," Ruth whispered, her voice weakened as they neared the door. "I fear I am quite unwell." "I can see it in your complexion." Nancy nodded, gesturing toward Ruth's face. "You are as pale as milk. Come on, a little fresh air should do the trick." She steered Ruth into the corridor, lit by soft orange candles, and down toward the doorway that led onto a terrace at the back of the house. As they reached the door, Nancy grew aware of Ruth becoming heavier in her arms. "Ruth?" she asked, her voice pitching high with worry. "Ruth? Say something to me." Ruth said nothing. Her eyes were fluttering closed, all remaining color now completely drained from her face. "Ruth." Yet Nancy's panic could not bring the maid to her senses. Before Nancy could steer Ruth to a chair, she lost all consciousness. She fell in Nancy's arms, nearly toppling the two of them to the floor. "Ruth!" Nancy cried again, struggling to hold up the weight of her friend, and falling to her knees under it. She managed to hold Ruth's upper body, cradling it with her own, to stop her friend hitting her head on the paved floor. She lowered Ruth gently onto the floor. In the moonlight that bathed the terrace, it was even more alarming how much Ruth's complexion had paled. Her body lay still on the ground with her eyes closed. Nancy knew what was wrong. She had experienced the same thing when she had first been placed in such an awfully tight corset. She had been at a dinner party and fainted from being unable to breathe properly in the heat of the dining room. What had brought her around was the strong taste of brandy on her lips. Nancy leapt to her feet, reluctant to leave her friend outside alone, but knowing she had to fetch assistance. Her father and mother were inside, and they would be the best help to find in this situation. She hovered in the doorway of the terrace for a moment, looking at the fainted form of her friend, before dashing back inside, in search of her parents and a brandy to help rouse Ruth. As she stepped into the corridor, she saw a silhouette of another figure at the other end of the hallway. The thought of more help for poor Ruth urged Nancy to step forward into the soft orange light of the corridor. "Excuse me? I need some help." Nancy's words came to a sudden stop, as between the shadows in the hallway, the figure's face emerged into view. It was Viscount Galt Hodge. A relation of the royal family, the gentleman had a less than honorable reputation. Nancy looked about the empty corridor as Lord Hodge moved toward her, realizing the predicament she was in. "I am alone with a man with a scandalous reputation. Without a chaperone." "Lady Bolton?" Lord Hodge was walking toward her, his face stretching into a smile that caused a shiver down her spine. "You were saying you were in need of help. May I be of assistance?" "My maid has fainted, and I must find my parents," she explained as he moved nearer. She stepped back, causing him to stop. They were now just a step away from each other. Her eyes drifted to the door of the main assembly room of the ball. It was behind him, meaning she would have to walk past him in the narrow corridor, in order to reach it. Is she on the terrace? Lord Hodges' gaze flicked to the terrace. Yes, so if you would excuse me, I really must find my parents. Nancy breathed deeply, summoning the courage to extricate herself from the situation as quickly as possible. She stepped to the side, trying to walk around him, but he blocked the movement, stepping in front of her, and causing her to recoil. Do not be so hasty, Lady Bolton. He continued to walk toward her, prompting her to scurry further back down the corridor, her heels tapping loudly against the wooden floor. I am enjoying your company now we are alone. I do not wish it to end so quickly. It must come to an end this moment. She whispered harshly, attempting to walk around him again. This is improper, my lord. What would it matter? What could pass between us never needs to be discovered. He winked at her. The meaning of his words had her straightening her spine, her fear spiking. Allow me to step past, my lord. Her normally high-pitched voice she attempted to deepen, trying to summon some sense of authority. Yet she was painfully aware that Lord Hodge had probably had few people say no to him in his life, and his face showed no inclination to bend to her request. Stay a little longer, Lady Bolton. He stepped toward her again. As she moved away, her back hit the wall. I would be happy to show you how good my company could be. Realizing she was trapped, her hands started pulling at the wall behind her back, as though it could offer her some kind of escape. She had heard such horrid rumors of Lord Hodge. How he visited bawdy houses and sent for courtesans to come to his door. More than one young lady's reputation had been tarnished by spending a few minutes alone in his company. I do not wish to be in your company any longer. She tilted her chin high, trying to maintain her dignity, despite her hands trembling with fear. She briefly considered calling for help, perhaps for Timothy or her father, but she feared how it could look. The sight of her alone in the corridor, with such a man as Lord Hodge, could not bode well for her. Tarry a few minutes, he whispered, as he leaned toward her. She attempted to lean away, but the wall was blocking her. She stepped to the side, preparing to make a break from him and run down the corridor, but at her sharp jerky movement, he placed his hand to her waist, holding her in place. His hand was cold. How dare you touch me? She pushed his hand off her, and she forced her way past him, but aware that he was following her. The door to the ballroom opened, just as Nancy darted toward it. Before she could reach it, Lord Hodge's hands had found her again. This time he had both hands on her waist, dragging her backward. She could not stop the small yelp of fear she let out, just as the person who had walked out of the ballroom looked their way. Lady Bolton. It was Timothy's voice. Nancy strained against the Viscount's hold, feeling the horror of the moment overwhelm her. Lord Hodge's hands froze, making no more move on her, but not retreating either. Timothy's grey eyes darted between the two of them, with anger quickly furrowing his brow. What is happening here? Timothy's voice was dark with suspicion. He would not let me leave, my lord. Nancy peeled Lord Hodge's hands off her, trying to push away the sense of nausea that had come with his touch. She walked toward Timothy, imploring him to listen to her. You entertain another gentleman's company in private when we are. Timothy's voice trailed off, shaking his head in disbelief. What possessed you, Lady Bolton? It was not of my doing. Nancy reached out to him, desperate for him to believe her. He cornered me, my lord. He would not let me leave. You expect me to believe that? Timothy looked from her to the Viscount. What can I say, my friend? The Viscount shrugged, as he walked past them. Nancy recoiled away from his presence. She was enjoying my company. How dare you? Nancy stopped mid-sentence, her sense of propriety forcing her to pause. She could not accuse a Viscount of telling a lie, but yet if she did not, Timothy would only continue to look at her with such contempt. My lord? She looked to Timothy with hope. Please believe me, it was not of my doing. He shook his head, his spine straightening, and his stance instantly becoming more reserved toward her. The engagement is at an end. His voice was cold, distanced. I will speak to your father at once. He turned on his heel, making his way back through the door and disappearing instantly. Lord Hodge followed, shrugging to her with innocence, a half apology, though what had passed clearly did not matter to him. Nancy's hands were still trembling as tears sprung to her eyes, replaying Timothy's words in her head. How can the engagement be over? How can everything change so quickly? Chapter 2. Nancy was staring into the vanity mirror atop her dressing table, as Ruth attended to her hair. I'm so sorry, Lady Bolton, Ruth said again, pinning Nancy's black curls in place. Stop apologizing, Ruth. Nancy shook her head. It is hardly your fault. She could see Ruth biting her lip despite her words, guilt still lurking there. Nancy did not blame Ruth in the slightest for what had happened. She could not help her corset being so tight that it made her faint. No more than Nancy could control the Viscount's behavior. She blamed Lord Hodge, but she could also not understand Timothy's behavior. At his willingness to so disbelieve her version of the story, that it was not of her doing. After she had been left alone in the corridor, the ball had grown even more chaotic. Together, Nancy and her mother had roused Ruth, whilst her father spoke to Timothy. Nothing could persuade the Marquis. Their betrothal was at an end. As they hurried from the ball, eager to be at home, Nancy could hear the whispers of the other attendees. The story that had been passed between gossiping tongues was that she had approached Lord Hodge and attempted some sort of assignation in the corridor. Lord Hodge's reputation was already so poor, he seemed to come out of the event unscathed, whereas Nancy's reputation had been destroyed along with her betrothal, all in the space of one night. As the tears attempted to return, she blinked them away. The redness around her eyes from her crying had reduced significantly. What do you think your father will say? Ruth asked nervously. I shudder to imagine. Nancy shook her head, reluctant to finish her preparations for the day, as it would mean facing her father sooner. She had been called into a meeting with her father, and she could not cry in front of him. She raised her chin again, trying to appear dignified and reserved. It was the mantra her father had taught her, ever since she was a toddler. She had been running through the house when her father had stopped her, expressing that ladies of her class should not behave in such a way. They should be dignified and reserved. She had not liked the lesson, but she had abided with it for her whole life. It is just unfair, she murmured, mostly talking to herself rather than her friend. She had always done what was expected of her, what was right and dignified, yet her reputation was in tatters. All done, Lady Bolton. Ruth smiled sadly at her reflection in the mirror, and offered a soft squeeze to her shoulder in comfort. Thank you. Nancy placed her hand over her friend's, drawing the support from it in the silence that followed. I cannot delay any longer. She breathed a sigh and stood to her feet, straightening the creases of her empire-lined gown before walking to the door. Her eyes flicked to another dresser that was beside the door, glancing across the items on the surface. Amongst the ornaments was a single china doll. It had been a gift to Nancy from her father when she was a child. Unbeknownst to anyone, in times of stress, she liked to imagine she was that doll, impenetrable from the hardships of life, and yet appearing perfect at all times. She liked the image. It gave her strength. Now, she would need that strength more than ever before. Do you have any idea what predicament you have placed this family in? Her father, James Bolton, the Duke of Cornington, repeated for what had to be the 10th time, marching around their small sitting room. His face was flushed red, and his dark hair was graying, perhaps even a little more so since the evening before, from the amount of stress it had caused. Father, I have explained to you a dozen times. She spoke confidently, but with restraint, sitting still on the chair nearby. It was not my doing. That hardly matters. He was incensed, spinning on his feet, and looking toward her with barely restrained anger. You put yourself in a position that allowed you to be compromised. How could I have possibly controlled it? She shook her head, barely able to follow her father's train of thought. It was beyond my control. It was Lord Hodge's doing, not mine. Well, blame hardly matters now, does it? Her father straightened his cravat and waistcoat, at all times trying to appear proper. He flattened his hair too. We must work to remedy the situation. Nancy clasped her hands together, trying to keep the image of that perfect china doll in mind. Her fingers turned white, and hurt a little with the amount of pressure she was putting on them. The Marquis refuses to resume your betrothal. The Duke shook his head again, marching past her, toward the other end of the room. Her eyes followed his path, more than a little surprised to see her mother was sat in the corner of the room. Her mother, Margaret, had so far said nothing. She kept her gaze down on the embroidery pattern in her lap, her attention fixed to the item. That I can understand. Her father continued, walking around her mother. He says your reputation has been compromised beyond repair. That he cannot connect his family with such a woman, that would entertain Lord Hodge in private without a chaperone. I did not dash. The Duke held up his hand again, the sharp movement cutting her off mid-sentence. I do not want to hear any more from you. He leaned over a chair nearby, his manner restless. If our family is to ever repair its reputation, then we have one avenue left to us. You must marry, as soon as possible. Yet the Marquis, you have just said, will not have me. At the words, pain grew in Nancy's stomach, urging her to clench her hands again. She and Timothy had been close, she could not understand how he could discard their connection so easily. As though it had barely mattered to him. So, we must turn to another. Her father stood up from leaning on the chair, and walked past her again, his whole manner was so agitated that he could barely stand still. The Viscount. The words made Nancy's blood run cold. An icy feeling spread through her, as she looked up to her father. You wish me to marry Lord Gault Hodge? Her voice broke with the surprise. It is our only hope to repair our reputation. Her father turned to his desk nearby, snatching up a sheet of parchment. I will write to him at once, and request a meeting with him. No. Nancy stood to her feet. The sharpness of her movement urged her father to look to her with raised eyebrows. Even her mother looked up from her embroidery. You cannot ask me to marry such a man. He's... She struggled for the right word. I can think of many words to describe him, lecherous, scandalous, cruel, and untrustworthy. Be sensible, Nancy. Her father's anger softened for a moment. You must marry now. Or no one will have you because of this, and you will become a spinster. She looked away from him, trying to stop the tears that threatened to come again. She blinked them away, refusing to succumb to them. You would bind me to such a foul man? I would rather be a spinster. Do not raise your voice to me, where are your manners? His sharp voice forced her to turn back, and restrain her own anger. Dignified and reserved. She repeated the mantra in her mind, trying to obey it. Mama? She turned to her mother. Margaret looked up, from her embroidery to her daughter. Nancy walked toward her, hoping for her support. What do you think of the Viscount? You would not wish me to marry that gentleman, would you? Her mother opened her mouth, and then closed it again, struggling for words. She looked to her husband. Your mother thinks as I do. The Duke's voice was cold. Nancy refused to turn to him for a moment, frustrated that her mother could not answer for herself. I wish to hear it from her. Nancy reiterated, sitting on the chair beside her mother. Mama, what do you think? She pinned all her hopes on her mother's words. With two people voicing their opposition, perhaps her father would have no choice but to back down. Margaret shared the same blue eyes her daughter had. Bold and alight, They looked down at her embroidery, before returning to her daughter's face. "Mama?" Nancy shifted to the edge of her seat, imploring her mother even more to speak. "As I understand it." Margaret paused for a moment, her eyes flicking between her husband and Nancy. "Last night cannot be undone, Nancy. Your reputation is tarnished. Our reputation has been damaged with it. Our whole family," her father reiterated, walking around them again. "You have made that part of this discussion perfectly plain." Nancy refused to turn to her father again, though she spoke to him. "I do not need that part repeating. I wish to hear my mother's opinion on a marriage to the Viscount. If she thinks it as much an awful idea as I do, or if she agrees with you." "Mama?" Margaret picked up the embroidery once more, returning her attention to it. "He is related to the crown after all," her mother murmured, with a small shake of her head. "If it is a necessity, then Then it is your duty." The Duke interrupted, his voice firm and brooking no refusal. "And we all must do our duty." Nancy stood from her seat again, looking away from her mother with irritation. Margaret had never expressed many opinions. Nancy was unsure whether it was her mother fearing disapproval for her own opinions, or if she thought it best not to have an argument at all. But it seemed she would never argue with the Duke. "Duty?" Nancy repeated the word with a little disdain. "For the sake of duty, you wish to beg a man of such disgrace, to have me under his roof? You would be sending me to a life of misery. You do not know that for certain." The Duke shook his head, returning his attention to preparing his parchment and ink for his letter. "I love you, my child, and I am doing this to protect you. What I do know for certain is that if we do not try, this family's standing in the community is gone forever." Nancy felt her chin tilt downward, her attempt to keep her stately appearance slipping, with the despair that was filling her body. "I will write the letter now, and let you know when I have a reply." He pointed to the doorway with his quill. "You may go." Nancy turned away, flicking her head to the side, unable to look back to either her father or her mother. She was too angry at both of them. As she closed the door of the sitting room softly behind her, she rested her forehead against it briefly for a moment, one thought overwhelming her. What will be the Viscount's reply? Chapter 3. Philip was growing tired of business matters for the day. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to will away the headache of tension that was growing. On the other side of his dark mahogany desk sat his uncle, Jeremy Wallace, the last family he had in the world. "Let's take a pause for a few minutes, Uncle," Philip requested with a wave of his hand. "I need some relief." He pushed some of the parchment from the desktop to the side, saddened to see a few of the oldest ledgers still held the handwriting of his father. He still grieved for his parents, and any reminder of them only made it more painful. "Well, I have a little story for you that could no doubt lighten your mood." Jeremy stood up, his tall frame striding across the room with ease, as he filed away some of their paperwork. "An entertaining tale I heard about the Tun this morning." "What would that be?" Philip sighed, expressing little interest. He had no liking for the Tun, not after their treatment of him. Stories of them did not spike his curiosity, despite his uncle's words. "Do not look at me like that. I know you have no liking for them, but trust me, Philip, you will like this story." Jeremy laughed a little, as he turned away from the nearby sideboard. "Do you remember Lady Nancy Bolton? The daughter of the Duke of Cornington?" "Very well." Philip nodded, looking up from the desk for a moment. "Once upon a time, many years ago, we were friends." Philip had memories of the two of them as children. Their fathers had been good friends, and they had spent many hours together in their childhood. The last memory he had of her was when she was around 15 years of age. His father had taken him into the world of business, meaning childhood social interactions disappeared, and he and Nancy had parted ways. Nancy had wished him well in her goodbye, her bright blue eyes sparkling, as they so often did. She had been growing from a sweet and kind girl into a beautiful woman. She had always been a little too concerned with what was proper, and she could show a little vanity at times, but he had hardly minded. She had a huge propensity for kindness, of a scale he had seen in few other people in his life. "Well, my story considers Lady Bolton." Jeremy was still smiling, clearly greatly humored by something. "Your smile makes me worry for her. What has happened, Uncle?" Philip urged, leaning back in his father's old desk chair. "She was betrothed to the Marquis of Honeyfield, Timothy Lockhart, until last night it seems, where she was discovered in a compromising position with Lord Guildhodge." Jeremy laughed. "Can you imagine that a woman of such proper manners caught up in such a scandal?" "I cannot." Philip shook his head in surprise, instantly disbelieving. "From what I know of the Viscount, I imagine she was not a willing participant in this scandal." "Oh, who knows?" Jeremy gestured in the air, as if it hardly mattered. "But I reckon the Duke of Cornington is in some despair this morning. His prized young daughter, of such respectable social standing, being brought so low." "Philip, you do not look amused." "I am not really." Philip looked at his uncle, rather perplexed at his enjoyment. "What exactly happened between Lady Bolton and Lord Hodge?" "No one is entirely sure. I am certain that the tale I was given was at least a little embroidered." Jeremy shrugged. "It is what people like to do when they gossip. But what I do know for sure was that Lady Bolton was discovered in a corridor with the Viscount, at yesterday's ball, completely unchaperoned, when the Marquis of Honeyfield went searching for her, and discovered the two of them together, in what was described as a compromising position." Philip scoffed for a moment, shaking his head. "A compromising position? That could mean a great many things." He stood from his desk chair, and turned away, looking out of the window behind him. "It could be holding hands, pushing off his advances, or even standing a little too close together. I remember Lady Bolton well. I find it hard to believe she would willingly put herself in such a position." Philip felt his sympathies for the young woman grow, as he looked out into the garden behind his house. The gardeners were at work, ensuring it was well manicured and perfectly presentable. His eyes sloped from the garden to his hazy reflection in the window, and he winced at the sight. In contrast to the perfect garden, Philip's own countenance would never be so flawless. He had a sharp scar that stretched from the corner of his left eye, down across his cheek to his jawline. It was after he had received the scar that the tongue quickly turned against him. Gossip had spread about him, just as it was now spreading about Lady Bolton, and he was soon shunned by many. Eventually, he had retreated from the ton entirely, preferring to stay home than attend such evening events and assemblies. "I dare say you are right." Jeremy moved to his side, looking out at the garden with him. "But we can never be certain, can we? Poor Lady Bolton's reputation will be damaged beyond restoration now. With the Marquis calling off their betrothal, who else would have her? I expect she will be labelled a spinster before the year is out." Philip jerked his head toward his uncle for a moment, seeing the similarities between the two of them. Both were tall, with brown hair and dark eyes, with Jeremy showing signs of age. In contrast to their similarities in appearance, Philip considered how different they were in personality. He did not find amusement in the mockery of others, as Jeremy did. He could not agree with the sentiments of his uncle, regarding the fate of Lady Bolton either. Such a woman should not be a spinster. She had such laughter in her, such kindness. She should have a future as a wife, as a mother. Perhaps someone will come to Lady Bolton's rescue. Philip looked away from his uncle again, back out to the garden. You should not condemn her for something she probably did not do. I am not condemning her. I am just amused by it. Jeremy laughed again. Besides, as I understand it, the only way Lady Bolton's reputation can be saved is if Lord Hodge were to marry her. Lord Hodge? Philip recoiled away from the window instantly. The man is a cad. Scandals follow him around as though they were his own shadow. Lady Bolton cannot marry such a man. He shook his head, moving back toward the desk, and searching for a clean sheet of parchment. You are talking of royalty there, my boy? Jeremy was still chuckling as he watched him. What does it matter? Philip scoffed again. Being royal does not absolve him of his wrongdoings in my eyes. He looked away from his uncle, back to his task of searching for some parchment. The idea that such a man as the Viscount could walk through life unscathed by his scandals, yet the likes of Lady Bolton could be destroyed for doing nothing wrong, incensed him. He found a willingness to protect her growing in his chest. What are you searching for? There is a sudden urgency about you. Jeremy watched him closely, sitting on the windowsill, with his hands in his pockets. Parchment. I will write to the Duke of Cornington. To the Duke? Whatever for? Jeremy's voice pitched high in surprise. Tell me, uncle, do you not see a similarity between Lady Bolton and myself? Philip finally located some clean parchment, and sat back in his chair, eager to write his letter. In terms of what? His uncle's voice was full of bafflement. In terms of us both being outcasts of the ton. Those situations are entirely different. Jeremy pushed away from the window, moving to his side with surprise. She is an outcast because of her wrongdoing. You did nothing wrong. Unlike you, I do not believe Lady Bolton any more culpable than I am. Philip brushed the scar on his cheek, almost out of habit. It was the scar that had prompted the ton to turn against him. It was because I did not look like one of them anymore. He had attempted to resume his life, after the attack that had left him scarred, and taken his parents from him, but he had seen the way people looked at him, he had heard their whispers too. He has the face of a barbarian now. The words came back to him, filling him with disgust. He could not imagine his old friend, Nancy Bolton, being subjected to the ton's same ill treatment. You have not explained why you are writing to her father? Jeremy was shifting between his feet at his side, perplexed. I am writing. Philip paused, as he dipped his quill in a fresh pot of ink, preparing to begin his letter. To suggest a proposal to the Duke. Which is? To request permission to court Lady Nancy Bolton. Philip looked up with a smile, but was greeted with his uncle's slackening of jaw, and wide eyes of surprise. You wish to court a woman whose reputation is so tarnished? Why would that matter to me? Philip laughed slightly for the first time. We're both outcasts, we can both be outcasts together. Philip, I beg you, allow me to give you some advice. Jeremy placed a hand on the parchment on the desk, pulling it away slightly as his voice softened. Think on this a little longer. This is a rather rash decision. You have not seen the woman for many years now. She could be quite another person altogether, to the one you remember. It is a courtship, that is all. I thank you for your concern, but I am not being rash, I am being practical. How many times have you told me, I am of the age where I should consider marriage? Philip raised his eyebrows with humor, but Jeremy turned away, shaking his head. I did not mean to Lady Bolton. Consider this as me taking your advice to heart, uncle. I will request permission to court Lady Bolton, and we will see what progresses from there. He pulled the parchment back toward him, and began his letter. Fetch the butler, would you? I would like this sent as soon as possible. As Jeremy left the room, Philip paused for a moment in his writing, turning to watch the retreating footsteps of his uncle. The problem was that he was not willing to tell Jeremy how deep his motivation was for requesting the courtship. He had admired Nancy when they were children, very much indeed. He could not allow her to be put into the hands of Lord Hodge, and he would do anything to avoid sending her to such a fate. Nancy was confused, as she was once more called to a meeting with her father. Dinner had passed, and she had been thinking of retiring to her room, unable to stay in her mother's company, when her mother so insisted on refusing to give an opinion on Lord Hodge. It was late for such a meeting with her father, but nevertheless, she followed the butler through the house to her father's study, where she found him sat behind the desk, with a letter in his hand. "You wished to see me, Papa?" She straightened her spine, as she always did in his presence, and looped her hands in front of her. She fixed an impassive expression to her face, hoping he could not see the turmoil that was inside of her. "I did, Nancy. I have had a letter, regarding the incident at the ball." He dropped his half-moon glasses to the desk, looking up to her through the candlelight. She recoiled at his phrasing, disliking the word incident. "What does it say?" she prompted. "It is from Philip Wallace, the Duke of Peterhum. Do you remember him? He often used to visit here as a child. I was good friends with his late father." The Duke fixed her to the spot with the strength of his gaze. "I do remember him." She frowned, feeling bewildered by the sudden change in conversation. She and Philip had played together as children, but they had not seen each other for many years. Then there was the attack. She had heard so many whispers about him, such horrid things. They described him as scarred from the attack that killed his parents. Appearing more like a creature from a fictional tale now, as opposed to the handsome man he had been before. How can he know of what happened at the ball? She shook her head slightly. He had been living practically as a hermit for a few years, unwilling to wander into the Tun's company. "I do not know." The Duke placed the letter down on the desk. "He makes an interesting proposition though." "What proposition is that?" "He wishes to court you, in the interest that a betrothal in the future might be in both families' interests." "Court me?" Nancy repeated, trying to keep her voice level. Her gaze flicked away from her father for a moment, down at her clenched hands. "But they say such things about him, Papa." "Dearest, you seem to forget that they will say awful things about you too now." The Duke sat back in his desk, rubbing his face with his hands in stress. She jerked her chin away from him once more, angered by how unfair the world had become, how tarnished her reputation was, when she had done nothing wrong. "Beggars cannot be choosers, as they say, Nancy," her father continued, dropping his hands from his face, his tone soft and attempting comfort. Even though she knew he had not meant it as an insult, she felt the harshness of the words all the same. It suggested she was worth nothing anymore. Not worth the soot beneath the Tun's shoes. Now. The Duke leaned forward in the chair, resting on his elbows across his desk. "Neither the Viscount nor the Duke of Peterhum have the best reputation, but the Duke has more money. His estate is grander, you would be well provided for there." "So?" Nancy swallowed, considering for a moment what her father was saying. "I do not have to marry Lord Hodge?" "No, it would appear that is no longer necessary." Nancy could not stop the smile that took over her face, so she covered her cheeks for a moment, trying to restrain the sudden glee she wanted to show. She knew she had to be reserved. Her father had always warned her that displays of excessive emotion were not considered good manners. "However, you would have to marry the Duke of Peterhum, should this courtship go well," her father concluded with a nod, gesturing down to the letter. "I have already replied to the Duke, and intimated that I accept his proposition." "You have?" Nancy's smile vanished. "Instead of marrying me off to a Viscount of a scandalous reputation, you are marrying me off to a Duke who lives as a hermit? Why can I not just wait? Perhaps the scandal will pass in time. I am not having this conversation again." Her father stood, the small signs of anger returning. It made her step back slightly. "You must marry. Now, you may go." He gestured to the door, and she hurried away, trying to blink away the tears, and refusing to let them fall. She remembered a conversation she had had with the Marquis of Honeyfield at an assembly once, regarding the Duke of Peterhum. "Do you know, they say he is a completely altered man," Timothy had whispered to her, chuckling slightly. "I heard someone describe him as bearing a striking resemblance to a gargoyle, up in Exeter's cathedral, the one over the doorway, that has great scars running over its body. Its face twisted from the scars. "You are too cruel, my lord," she had objected, though still laughing. "I am merely repeating what I have heard." She imagined herself walking alongside the gargoyle from the cathedral, toward the altar to be married, sadness filling her body at the image. Must I marry him? Chapter 4. Nancy was restless, walking up and down the length of the drawing room, with nervous energy. In the corner of the room was Ruth. She was watching out of the manor's window, looking out for the Duke of Peterhum's carriage to arrive. "Do you remember him, Lady Bolton?" Ruth looked to her with intrigue. "Yes." Nancy nodded quickly, her focus much more concerned with her pacing of the room. She was about to see the Duke again. The first time for many years. They were to be chaperoned by Ruth, whilst they took the efforts to get to know each other once more. In the few days leading to this first meeting, Nancy's imagination had run wild, with how he might now appear. Would the young man she had once known be the gargoyle Timothy had described as twisted and deformed? What was he like? Ruth clearly was trying to be optimistic. Nancy appreciated her friend's efforts, but she did not share her buoyancy. He was. She paused. Her pacing came to a stop with it. He was protective. A memory came back to her of when they were just children, playing in the garden together. He was just a year her senior, but as children, he had already grown taller and stronger than her. As they were playing at the bottom of the manor garden, she had nearly fallen in the pond. He was the one who had caught her, practically sweeping her from her feet, and carrying her away, keeping her safe. She allowed herself a small smile at the memory. She remembered their last meeting. It was in the same drawing room where she now stood. He had been turning into a handsome man. Tall, strong, with broad shoulders, dark hair and eyes the color of cocoa beans. That was all long before the accident though. "From what they say," she continued, as she began to pace again, "he is a very changed man now." She had heard he had become colder, more reserved, in addition to the startling physical changes. "What happened to him?" Ruth prompted, unfamiliar with the story. She had come to the house to be Nancy's maid after the event. "There was an attack," Nancy explained, her eyes dropping to the floor, as her fingers pressed themselves against her skirt. "It was awful. They say some men stole into the manor house at night. They attacked the family, leaving his parents dead, and leaving the Duke scarred." "Poor man," Ruth said with sadness, biting her lip. "Yes, indeed," Nancy agreed. She remembered when the news had reached them. She had been so shocked, and so gutted for him. Ruth's sighs darted back out of the window, as the sound of a horse neared. "Is it him?" Nancy turned on the spot, facing her friend. Ruth pressed her hands against the window, to see outside more clearly. "I suppose it must be. He has come on his horse. There is no carriage." "No carriage?" Nancy repeated with surprise. A carriage would have been proper, yet his estate was not a great distance away. She brushed off the idea of impropriety, and straightened her dress. "You look beautiful, Lady Bolton." Ruth's words brought a small smile to her cheeks. "You are very kind to me, Ruth. I do not know what I would do without your friendship." She had chosen a very particular dress for the occasion. An empire gown, pearlescent white in color, it was cinched high on her waist, and flowed down effortlessly to the floor. She was uncertain why she had chosen it with such care. After all, her imaginings of the Duke, bearing a resemblance to the scarred gargoyle, had left her without excitement about their impending meeting. "Perhaps I just wished to make a good impression." "Oh my." Ruth's voice trailed off, as she leaned against the window. "What is it?" Nancy asked, moving toward her. He removed his hat as he approached the steps. It was the scar. Ruth once more halted her speech, this time pressing her hand to her lips, to stop the flow of words. Nancy reached her side, and leaned against the window to look beyond, to have a brief glance of the man she was to court. Yet she was too late. All she glimpsed were the heels of his Hessian boots disappearing, as he walked up the steps, toward the front door of the house. She pushed away from the window again, standing in the center of the room to gather herself. She felt both fearful, and a little numb, about the courtship. She had spent so long imagining her marriage to Timothy, that all that was now passing, appeared unreal to her. As though it were a dream, and she would wake up, and realize she was still betrothed to Timothy after all. Yet, no matter how many times she pinched herself, she would not wake from this strange turn of events. Timothy had been such a handsome man, with such charm, elegance, and propriety. She had been incredibly happy with the match. Is it so wrong to want to marry a man I find handsome? Someone confident, with a standing in society. A hermit did not quite fit that bill. I wish I could turn back time, Ruth, she whispered, as her friend moved to her side. Ruth gave her arm a soft squeeze, before moving to a nearby chair, ready to chaperone the event. The door opened and the butler, Osmond, walked in, offering a deep bow. The Duke of Peterhum, my lady. The butler stepped to the side, allowing the Duke to step into the room. At the sight of the utterly changed man, Nancy felt her mouth open a little with surprise. This is the Duke? The butler bowed again, and left. Good morning, Lady Bolton. The Duke bowed to her, reminding her of her manners. And to you, Your Grace. She curtsied too, lowering her gaze to the floor for a minute, before it involuntarily turned back to his face. The scar was not as great as anyone had ever suggested in the gossip. In fact, she was quite startled by how much smaller it was than what she had imagined, yet he was a transformed man. The boy she used to know, with dark hair and brown eyes, was still there, but he was grown up. He was taller, broader across his shoulders, and his countenance was so stern, it did not suggest he liked to smile very much at all. From the tip of one of his cocoa bean-colored eyes, the scar stretched down to the side of his jaw. Like one sharp white slice, it cut through his skin. She supposed he was lucky to have escaped with his eye, from how close a blade must have come to it. She lifted her gaze from the scar to his eyes, seeing a frown above. She realized that her reaction to his appearance must have been easy to read. She berated herself for her lack of propriety, and brought a smile to her lips. It felt false, and gave her cheeks a little pain. It is good to see you, Your Grace. It has been many years. Philip struggled with how to react for a moment. Nancy was not what he had been expecting. And you? He spoke succinctly, his mind whirring with thoughts that were growing more troubled. She had changed since he had last known her. She had grown even more beautiful, though he had thought it impossible. Her black hair was fixed in a pristine chignon at the back of her head. Her bright blue eyes, bold as ever, dominated her features as they darted over his figure. It was this that upset him. Her reaction to his appearance was evident, it was not something she could hide. There had been shock in her features, beyond that, there had been something else too. Is she appalled by my appearance? I have ordered some tea for us. She gestured behind her to the coffee table. Would you care to sit down? She was attempting to be welcoming, he could see it, but her eyes kept flicking away from him down to his scar. He nodded, and moved to the chair she had pointed out to him, with a sinking feeling inside. It was as though stones were being layered upon each other within his stomach, building this deadening feeling, like a dull ache. He had thought that as another victim of the Tun's cruelty, she would have been able to see past his scar, to who he really was. After all, she had known him before he even had the scar. Yet here was the proof, in front of his very eyes, that he was wrong. Perhaps she is just as shallow as the rest of the Tun after all. I thought after our tea we could take a walk in the garden, if you like. She poured some tea, and passed him a cup. He took it willingly, struggling to summon any animation to engage in conversation. Now his hopes had been so dashed. Yes, that would be nice. He agreed, though he did not raise his eyes to meet hers. He was too aware of the scar now to be comfortable. I was surprised that you wrote to my father. Her words prompted him to hide behind his cup for a moment. Surprised? He queried with confusion. Well, it has been some years since we have met. So it has. He agreed, replacing the cup to the saucer. He was aware he was being a little obtrusive, making no effort to really engage in the conversation, but his feelings had been hurt, and he was struggling to figure out if he could undo the request for a courtship. We could be quite different people, to who we were as children. Her words urged him to finally return his gaze to hers. Her blue eyes were looking at him with expectation, wide and alert. She had always been a keen conversationalist, something he had forgotten until that moment. Perhaps. His reply clearly did not help matters. Her eyes dropped down to her own cup with disappointment, as she took a sip. The next moment, she appeared to think of something else to say, looking up to him again. We could see how much we have changed, see what we have in common. She smiled, apparently excited by this idea. Are you fond of music, Your Grace? I have a particular love for the pianoforte. I can admire it. He nodded in response. Yet I prefer the violin. She bit her lip for a moment, clearly trying to think of another topic. What of the theatre? Do you prefer drama or comedy? She offered him a plate of biscuits, and he took one. I do not go to the theatre these days. He kept his focus on the biscuit, feeling the frustration of the conversation, as poignantly as she must have felt it. He reminded himself of his manners. Even if this attempt at courtship was a failure, with her shallowness meaning she was unable to move past his scar, he could still be a gentleman. What of riding, Lady Bolton? Are you fond of horses? I am a poor rider. She winced at the idea, lowering her gaze to her cup again. I have a habit of falling off. He was a keen horseman, choosing to ride most days. He had quite liked the idea of a wife and companion, riding with him. It appeared he and Nancy would not make a fine match. Let us try something else. She attempted to renew her energy for the conversation. Do you enjoy reading, Your Grace? I do. Wonderful. She smiled. It was the first genuine smile, lighting up her features, and prompting him to admire her for a moment. Have you read The Lady of the Lake by Walter Scott, or perhaps Frankenstein by Mrs. Shelley? I am afraid I prefer non-fiction to creative tales. His words prompted her smile to vanish. I see. She renewed her focus to her teacup. Philip felt as though even more stones were being added to the weights in his stomach, as he watched Lady Bolton. They were distanced from each other, unable to make a connection, and her reaction to him was something he was unable to get past. The shock and possible disgust she had shown at his scar had him retreating into himself. He knew he was not acting his true self, but what did that matter? Before him, she sat as a beautiful statue might. Elegant and proper, a visual spectacle to admire, but she may also be as cold as that same statue. With no heart, and unable to see who he really was beyond the mark on his skin. He finished what was left in his teacup, wishing for their meeting and their walk in the garden to be over as soon as possible. Maybe I really have made a mistake. Chapter 5. Nancy could not understand Philip, nor his persistence to keep up the meetings of their courtship. So far, there had been 3 meetings, yet each one had been awkward, with them struggling to make a connection, or find something they both wished to speak of. She found she was not enthusiastic in her meetings. She was still grieving, over the loss of the life that she could have had, missing the marriage and lifestyle that had been promised to her. It made her sometimes ramble in conversation, searching desperately for a topic that would help to pass the time. On their 3rd meeting, she had come to visit his estate, and they were walking through the garden together. She had been admiring the pristine finish of the grounds in the winter months. He clearly took care to ensure his gardeners looked after the place. She buried her hands in her pelisse sleeves, attempting to stay warm from the cold chill in the air, as they crossed a small bridge in the grounds that reached over a river. They were walking in silence once more, provoking Nancy to compare him to the boy she had known before, and the contrast between the two versions of the same man. If there was anything of the younger boy still within him, then it was clear that he was taking great pains to hide that person. He was not being himself, perhaps a little distant, but also hiding from her. She felt her attempts at conversation were sometimes rebuked, and other times ignored. She grew a little agitated as they reached the other side of the bridge and turned to him. She was aware Ruth, who was chaperoning, was standing a few steps behind them, watching them with intrigue. "Your Grace, I wonder if you would tell me something." Her halt in their walk prompted him to stop too, and turn back to her with surprise in his face. "What would you like to know?" "I wish to know why you reached out to my father now." "Neither of us are fools, Your Grace. You and I both know that we are struggling to find something to talk of together." Her words made him look at his feet. He pressed the soles of his Hessian boots into the frost-covered path for a moment, as though trying to find distraction. "It is clearly not a memory of our sparkling conversation from childhood that prompted you to write to my father," she jested. "You are more direct than I remember you being." He smiled slightly at the idea, lifting his gaze to hers again. His breath was clouding in the coldness of the air. "I see it amuses you." She tilted her head, curious at the change in him. It was nice to see him smile. "It does a little. In return for your honesty, I will be direct with you too." He looked past her, out to the river. "I heard of what happened with you and Lord Hodge." Nancy looked down to her hands as she pushed them once more beneath the sleeves of her pelisse. She did not want to talk of that subject, the topic was too humiliating for her to bear. "I know we are no longer familiar with each other, but I know you well enough that your want for propriety would never lead you to be in a compromising position with such a man." He walked past her slightly, directing his steps elsewhere. She turned to look at him. "I thought perhaps you would understand my predicament." "How do you mean?" She raised her eyebrows, watching as his scar wrinkled with him wincing. "I thought you would understand what it is like to be an outcast of the ton." He looked away again, pointing toward a nearby set of buildings on his land. "Would you like to see my stables? I know you are not fond of riding, but there is something there I would like to show you, pertaining to our conversation." "Very well." She nodded, and moved to follow him, a little intrigued as she looked back up to him. "We are outcasts together, it would seem." As they stepped into the stable, Nancy smiled at the sight of so many horses. Though she had been honest, in that she did not have a love for riding, she did have a love for horses. It was simply that she was not a natural rider, and it was not a skill that came easily to her. His Grace's stables were large, full of horses. Some in their booths, others out and being cared for by the stable boys. At the sight of so many fine animals, she paused in the doorway, her mouth agape slightly at the sight. The Duke paused, and looked back to her. "Is all well, Lady Bolton?" "This is incredible." She smiled, turning her eyes up to him. "There are so many." "I am surprised." His eyes were wide, as he watched her rush past him, making a beeline for one of the nearest booths. "I did not think you were so keen on horses." "My mistake." She glanced back to him over her shoulder, seeing the way he was watching her closely. "I am not a great rider, but I love horses." She had given way to a full smile at the sight, but she grew aware how much he was now analyzing her, his eyes fixed to her. She looked past him to see Ruth stood in the doorway, then looked back to the horses. "What was it you wished to show me, Your Grace?" Nancy continued, wanting to push past their conversation, and put an end to how closely he was looking at her. "This horse." The Duke stepped around the booth, walking a little way down the stables, until he reached a stable boy's side, and gestured inside another booth. "This is May." The Duke took hold of some reins, and led her horse out of the booth. The mare was unlike any of the other horses. Nancy glanced between the animals around her, taking a moment to realize what was wrong with the horse. May was led forward, a little skittish and unsettled for a moment, whinnying loudly, until the Duke patted the horse's neck. He continued to stroke the mare's neck for a little time, until the horse stilled completely, calm and at peace. "You can come and greet her, if you like." The Duke looked to Nancy with a small smile. Nancy hesitated for a moment, her nerves growing. It was not from being nervous of the horse, but suddenly being nervous of the Duke. The startling change that had occurred a few minutes ago in the garden had stayed. The Duke's smiling manner was something she was not used to, and she was not sure what she thought of it. "She is perfectly safe," the Duke assured, looking over May's back to Nancy. His smile now vanished. Nancy hurried forward, her eyes flitting down to the horse's leg, and the thing that made it so different to any other horse in the stable. Its foot was deformed, the hoof sitting uncomfortably upon a half-shriveled limb. May kept the foot elevated, preferring to stand on her 3 legs, though she could clearly walk on the 4th when required. "What happened to her?" Nancy asked with concern, as she walked around the horse, moving to Philip's side. "She belonged to a nearby farm." Philip kept his eyes on the horse, as he continued patting her neck. May was so comforted by the gesture, that she snorted every couple of minutes. She had an accident, and her foot got caught between cartwheels. She could no longer be a working horse, but, as you can see, she is perfectly healthy. She is just a little different now. "So, you brought her here?" Nancy looked up to Philip's face, her eyes brushed over the scar on his cheek. "I did." Philip smiled slightly once more. "I would never put an animal down just because they are different, though that would have been her fate if she had stayed at the farm." The thought of such a beautiful animal meeting an untimely end, made a knot of anger coil in Nancy's stomach. "She is not the only one." Philip gestured to the other stable booths. "I have many horses that needed a similar rescue." Nancy looked between the bold and beautiful horses, to see those that were a little different. Some were weak, their figures slim and lacking muscle, others held similar deformities to May. "Why show me her in particular?" Nancy asked, returning her gaze to him. He finally looked back to her, turning his eyes away from the horse. "She was an outcast, Lady Bolton. That is why I show her to you." His words had a surprising effect. Nancy felt winded for a moment. She looked to the horse, and felt there was a similarity between the two of them. Though she was not physically scarred, to the ton, this was now how she appeared. She carried with her the scar on her reputation. She reached out to the mare, extending her hand, and patting the nose of the horse delicately. May responded well, turning her nose toward Nancy to nuzzle her hand. It brought a small laugh of happiness from Nancy. "She is beautiful." She continued to stroke the horse, bringing gentle snorts from May into the air. She looked back up to Philip, her eyes flicking between the scar on his cheek, and his dark cocoa bean-colored eyes. She felt for the first time she was looking at the real man. She could see something of the boy she had known as a child. She imagined the Duke was a bit like the stage at the theater, with the red velvet curtains drawn sharply, preventing anyone from seeing him. He had allowed her just a brief peek behind the curtain. What she had seen was not the indifferent gentleman she had so far been faced with, as they walked in the gardens together. There was something sensitive about him. A depth of feeling there. There is much more to him than he likes to show. "Thank you for showing her to me." Nancy smiled at him, wanting to show how much it had meant to her, that he was willing to show this side of him. He returned the smile. It was fleeting, but there had been a moment there. A brief connection, an understanding they had not shared between them before. Nancy was not sure what to make of it. She looked away from the Duke, back down to May the horse, though her mind stayed with the Duke, wondering how different he was to the man she thought him to be. "What other surprising things can I learn about you, Your Grace?" Chapter 6. Philip felt his view of Lady Bolton changing entirely, from that one event in the stable. As they walked away from the stable, back down across the frost-covered gardens, toward where the Boltons' carriage awaited on the driveway, Philip could see her manner had altered significantly from when she had first arrived. She no longer looked sharply away from his face, as she had done before, as though unnerved by the sight of his scar. Now, when she looked at him, her eyes lingered on him. It had a surprising effect, making his stomach flutter. He found himself longing for her to be comfortable with him. Her clear love for horses had also been something heartwarming to see. They were an animal he was devoted to, spending many hours at a time with them, when he was free from his duties as Duke. To see Lady Bolton wander between the horses, after their meeting with May, asking him for details on each one, reminded him of his own excitement. She had displayed a particular fondness for a short grey, that was half-blind. It was a grand steed, with dappled grey short hair, but one of his eyes was a milky white, a visible display of his lack of sight. He had obtained the horse when it was just a foal, from a nearby estate. Born with the condition, the estate had no wish to keep him. Lady Bolton had spent a long time with the horse, asking to hear tales of it as she stroked his nose. "You appear as enthralled with horses as I am." Philip smiled as they neared the carriage, wanting to continue conversation with her for as long as possible. "How come you do not like to ride?" Ruth was ahead of them. She kept looking back to them, performing her chaperone duties well. "I am far from being a natural rider." She looked up to him, startling him for a moment, with how beautiful she was. Her blue eyes and bold features made his breath hitch. He did not know of any other woman who could have such an effect on him. "I tried, very much as a child, but it always seemed to end badly." "How do you mean?" He found his ease in her company begin to grow. Since the stable, it was a little easier to speak to her than before. "Well, I was always told I needed to be a little more commanding with the horse, to direct it where I wanted to go, but I have a particular memory of getting lost in the grounds, on top of the horse." She laughed at the memory. "Turns out I had been missing for hours, just letting the horse wander where he wanted to go." "Sounds like a very pleasant afternoon with a horse to me." Philip laughed, thinking of the girl he used to know, being so lost in the grand estate. "Not when you were just a child. I was growing quite concerned I would never be able to find the house again." She giggled, her cheeks blushing, as they came to a stop by the carriage. "I fell off multiple times too. Whenever the horse became skittish, I panicked. The first opportunity it would have to get rid of me, I was promptly deposited on the ground, with my riding skirts falling everywhere." He laughed warmly at the image she had created, pleasantly surprised to see the woman who liked to be so proper, giving way to humor. "Perhaps you could try to ride again on one of your visits. I would be happy to teach you." He could see he had surprised her. She looked up, her blue eyes darting between his. "That is very kind, but I warn you, I am a poor student when it comes to riding. You would have to watch me fall off a lot. Then I would be happy to help you back up again." He quite liked the idea of helping her in such a way. "My lady." Ruth prompted from behind them, gesturing to the time on a pocket watch she pulled out of her reticule. "Yes, of course, Ruth." Lady Bolton looked to her. "My parents will be wondering where we have got to. We best depart." Philip helped both ladies into the carriage, but he hesitated in releasing Lady Bolton's hand for a moment. She took a moment to lift her eyes to his, her mouth opening and closing for a second, as she searched for something to say. "I had a pleasant afternoon," she said eventually. She appeared unhappy with her choice of words, but she kept her spine straight, her manner demure, and removed her hand from his. He was humored by the image. She was always so aware of what was proper, and what should be done. He wished she would relax a little, enough to speak freely in front of him. He had welcomed it, when she had been so direct in her conversation in the garden before. "As did I," he concurred, as he closed the carriage door, smiling at her through the window. "Until tomorrow, Lady Bolton." "Until tomorrow," she smiled back. He stepped away and gestured to the driver, prompting the carriage to lurch forward with the thrust of the horses. She held his gaze for a little longer, leaning out through the window, and looking back to him, before retreating back inside the carriage again. He stood and watched the carriage disappear, through the Lime Tree Avenue driveway. As the coach turned and vanished completely from view, Philip bounded up the front steps of the house behind him, feeling a spring in his step. Nancy felt all aflutter, as the carriage rode away. She had looked out of the coach window for as long as possible, her eyes fixed to the Duke with confusion. What had passed that afternoon was not what she had expected. She was left with her palms clammy, as she climbed back into the carriage. Ruth kept trying to engage her in conversation, to talk of the Duke and the afternoon, but Nancy stayed mostly quiet, as the carriage picked up speed. As they turned at the end of the road, their speed grew faster. She could hear the echo of the wheels against the road. There was a sudden jolt, prompting Nancy to sit straight in her seat, feeling the carriage off kilter. "What was that?" Ruth asked, with wide eyes. "Nothing. Probably just a rock in the path," Nancy persuaded her, shrugging nonchalantly. Yet the carriage had picked up more speed now, and they were beginning the curve of a sharp bend. The carriage began to slide on the path, tilting to one side. Nancy braced herself against the wall beside her, just as Ruth was thrown against her body. "What is happening?" Ruth cried. The carriage tipped even further, the speed too much to carry. Then there was another jolt beneath the carriage, as though the wheel had come away. The carriage fell completely on its axle, tossing Nancy against the side of the coach. She collided against the door, with Ruth on top of her, striking her head on the wood. The blow against her temple was hard, making her ears ring. Her world went black. Philip walked quickly to his study, knowing there were business matters to attend to, yet his mind lingered on what had just passed. On the image of Lady Bolton looking up at him, smiling as she petted May, and of her talking of old times, as she got lost in the estate on her horse. Perhaps this courtship was not a mistake after all. That afternoon, everything had changed. If he and Nancy could continue in this way, with this small spark, he had reason to be very optimistic indeed. Inside his study, he found his uncle attending to some of the books. My, your manner is quite altered," Jeremy said with his own smile, as he looked up from the ledger rested in his lap. "What has cheered you up, my boy?" "The Lady Bolton." Philip sat back in his chair, his excitement tempered, when he rested his eyes on his uncle's countenance. "What is wrong, uncle?" "I am just wary, that is all." Jeremy shifted in his seat, closing the ledger in thought. "As I said before, I just do not want you to rush into anything with Lady Bolton. You do not know her." "I am getting to know her." Philip kept his smile. He perfectly understood his uncle's reticence. With her reputation now so depleted, any family would be nervous of making an alliance with her, but Philip was not bothered by such a concern. "I am courting Lady Bolton, not her reputation." "She charms you, I see." Jeremy gestured to the smile on Philip's face. "So that is good." "She did today, that is certain." Philip picked up the ledgers at his side, about to begin his work. He paused, as a door clattered shut somewhere in the house. "What was that?" Jeremy looked up. "Did I imagine that?" "No, you did not." Philip dropped the ledger onto the desk again, as the study door flung open. The groundskeeper ran in, his clothes and cheeks dappled with dirt. Behind him, the butler followed, appearing flustered. "I'm so sorry for the intrusion, Your Grace," the butler explained, pointing to the groundskeeper. He would not wait. "We cannot wait in a circumstance such as this." The groundskeeper snapped his head round. "Do calm yourselves, both of you." Philip stood to his feet, his manner instantly professional. "Hobbs." He looked to the groundskeeper. "What is wrong?" "Lady Bolton, Your Grace." Hobbs gestured beyond the window. "There has been an accident. Her carriage has just turned over on the main road." Philip was running down the road, with Hobbs at his side, to lead the way. As they reached the end of the lime tree avenue, they turned sharply to the side, heading down the main road, where the carriage had gone. At the groundskeeper's announcement, Philip had responded instinctively, leaping out from his place behind the desk, to reach the site of the accident as quickly as possible. Now, as he ran past the trees and along the pebbled road, he felt fear palpable through his body. He sprinted so hard, he could hear blood thumping in his ears. He was scared, fearful of how bad the accident could be, and what had happened to Lady Bolton. "Please be safe, Lady Bolton." As they turned round another bend in the road, between the trees the carriage came into view. It was on its side, with one of the wheels askew, and half fallen off the coach entirely. The driver and footman were sat at the side of the road, seeing to each other's injuries. They were not injured irreparably, but both had cuts on their hands and knees, from where they had been thrown from the carriage. Beside them, 3 of the gardeners were standing in a circle. From their work in the garden with the groundskeeper, they had all seen some of the accident take place. Between the gardeners, Philip could spy the pelisses of Lady Bolton and Ruth. "Lady Bolton!" he cried, as he reached their sides. The gardeners parted, revealing Lady Bolton and Ruth, standing hand in hand, holding tightly to one another. "What has happened?" He reached out to her on instinct, not even considering holding back. He had to know she was well, had to assure himself that she was unharmed. "We are not certain." She released one of her hands from Ruth's grasp, and allowed him to take her hand in his. He clutched to it tightly. The carriage turned, and then started to tip. She winced suddenly, bending her head forward. His gaze shot up to her temple. Between the rim of her bonnet and her forehead, there was a small trickle of blood. "Lady Bolton, you are hurt." Chapter 7. "Your Grace, I am quite well," Nancy said, as she felt Ruth remove her bonnet. She had recovered her consciousness quickly after the crash, and together, the 2 of them had crawled out of what remained of the carriage, constantly checking each other was well. "Lady Bolton, you are bleeding." The Duke was clearly still concerned, despite our attempt to reassure him. He pulled out the handkerchief from his pocket with haste, and began to dab her temple. Nancy was feeling a little dazed, but she was determined to stay proper about the situation. The moment the carriage had overturned had unsettled her completely. She felt a need to put the world back in its place. "I am fine, Your Grace," she reassured, as he pulled back a little, his dark eyes wide with concern. She must have shown in her face her alarm, at how close he was standing to her, as he offered the handkerchief for her to take instead, and stepped back. She pushed the handkerchief to her head, watching as the Duke looked around at the accident. "Hobbs, organize the carriage to come and collect Lady Bolton and Miss Cunningham," he ordered. "Lawrence, fetch a messenger for the physician too." He turned to the driver, who was still attending to the cuts on his hands. "What happened?" "Your Grace." The driver was shaken, his hands trembling slightly. "The carriage lost its footing on the loose stones. 1 minute we were going straight, the next the carriage just tipped, and the wheel buckled beneath." "Very well, are you all right?" The Duke looked concerned. "Please, sit down. Rest a while." The sight of the Duke trying to comfort the shaken driver took Nancy by surprise. She watched closely as the Duke organized the cleanup of the carriage accident. His manner was businesslike. He kept coming back to her, checking she was well. She told him she was, even though she was a little dazed, the world not quite straight, from where her head had struck against the side of the fallen coach. As the second carriage arrived, the Duke helped her and Ruth inside. "Are you not coming with us?" she asked, still holding his handkerchief to her temple. "I will follow shortly, in just a few minutes," the Duke assured her. "I just want to ensure everything is well here first." With that word, he urged the carriage away again. This time, Nancy struggled to look at him through the window, her gaze slightly dizzy. She saw him staring at the road though, his feet kicking up the loose stones in apparent thought. Nancy sat in an armchair in one of the guest bedchambers, with Ruth at her side, as the physician attended to the two of them. Behind the physician, the Duke stood talking to the butler and Mr. Jeremy Wallace, the Duke's uncle. Nancy was trying to listen to their conversation, ignoring the questions the physician was asking the two of them. "No work was scheduled to take place on that road, of that I am certain," the Duke said, shaking his head. "I did not see anything this morning, Your Grace." The butler was perplexed, his narrow brow furrowed in thought. "I am certain the road did not have those loose stones, when I made my journey to town." "I agree with you. I walked by there this morning." The Duke looked toward Nancy, seeing she was listening to them. He altered his manner, a new thought occurring to him. "Uncle, would you send a word to Lady Bolton's parents please? Let them know what has occurred." "Of course," Mr. Wallace reassured, turning his stance toward the door. "Do calm yourself, my boy. I am sure it was just an accident." The Duke made no reply, as Mr. Wallace left the room. He moved toward Nancy instead, prompting her breath to hitch, the closer he got. "You surely do not think it was anything but an accident?" she asked, as the physician stood, to examine the bump on her head. She flinched as he touched the bruise. "I do not know." The Duke took the chair beside her, leaning forward, and resting his elbows on his knees. "Are you certain you are well?" "I am quite well, Your Grace." She tried to smile to reassure his worries, but the strain of the physician, pressing against her bruise a moment later, made her flinch again. "She needs a little rest, Your Grace." The physician turned to the Duke, looking over his half-moon glasses. "Miss Cunningham here has escaped with a few cuts. I have applied a turpentine mixture to them, that should help with the healing. Lady Bolton seems to have taken the brunt of the fall as the carriage dipped." Nancy winced, as the physician applied a small dressing to the cut. "She will be quite well. The bleeding has now stopped, but I recommend rest this evening, and through the night, with little disturbance." The physician looked down, and offered her a smile. "It will help with your disorientation, my lady, the more you rest." "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude as he released the dressing. "I think it best if you stay here as my guest for the night, Lady Bolton." The Duke's words urged her to snap her head toward him. The sharpness of the movement made her wince once more. "There is no need to be so startled," he laughed. "We are courting, Your Grace." She spoke quickly. "I cannot stay at his house. It would be improper." "And what kind of suitor would I be, if I allowed you to leave when you need to rest? You can surely not expect me to behave with such discourtesy." He shook his head, baffled by the mere idea. His want to protect her was reminding her of their moment as children, playing in the grounds estate, where he had caught her, and stopped her from falling in the pond. But she was struggling to form a reasonable objection, with her disorientated state. "Some may view it improper." She said the last part in a whisper. "So, what if they did?" He was laughing softly now. The idea that he cared little about reputation had her shifting in her seat, her spine stretching ever straight and taller. "Your Grace, I simply mean, they are hardly going to view it as improper after such an event, as today's coach accident spreads through the rumor mill. Besides which," he dropped his voice, as the physician moved away, out of earshot, to pack his leather satchel of instruments. Neither of us has the best reputation that is in need of preserving. You speak very candidly indeed. She raised her eyebrows. Well, as I said before, I prefer to be direct. He took the humor out of his voice, to reassure her. Do not worry, I will extend my invitation to your parents as well. You will be my guests as a family for the night. It is just to ensure you are well rested, before you begin the carriage journey back to your house. Thank you. Nancy relented with a nod, feeling her dazed mind too clouded to put up much of an argument. Now, we shall leave the two of you to rest. The Duke stood and offered a bow, as the physician also bid his leave. Nancy attempted to stand to her feet to curtsy, but the Duke extended his hand, urging her to stay in place. Rest, Lady Bolton, I think I can forgive the lack of a curtsy in these circumstances. His jest prompted the two of them to smile. It was one they held, looking at each other, as he retreated from the room. The arrival of Nancy's parents had been a strange affair, with both fussing around her in the bedchamber, asking how she felt. In the end, she asked them to leave her in peace, to rest. Ruth took the adjoining room to rest in, and the two of them had an early night, preferring the company of their dreams, after such a strange day. Nancy quickly regretted her decision, wishing instead she had stayed awake late into the night. In her dreams, she kept reliving the moment the carriage had tipped. 1 second, she was sat upright, talking to Ruth in the coach, remarking on the change in the Duke's countenance. The next the carriage was tipping sideways, and she was colliding with the wall of the coach, her head striking the wood with a dull thud. She kept waking after the dreams. In the moonlight, she would shift in the bed, and try to calm the whirring of her mind, before it was dragged into the depths of her imagination once again. Her next dream was somewhat different. Rather than reliving the moment the carriage tipped, she was in the aftermath of it. Only this time, she was more injured. She struggled to her feet, blinking through a white mist that had descended around them. She bore an injury to her leg, mirroring May from the stable, with her foot withered, and struggling to walk. She staggered free of the carriage, desperately peering through the mist, to try to find someone to help her. Slowly, figures appeared, just distant shadows. She reached out to these shadows, asking for their help. Each silhouette, in turn, turned away from her. Some flicked their heads in the other direction, others angled their steps away from her. All of the figures were determined to ignore her. All but one. This shadow, rather than standing with the others on either side of the road, was at the far end of the street. He was walking toward her, his hat clear, and silhouetted in the fog. She tried to stagger toward him. Her mouth opened, as she tried to call for help, but she could not make a sound. She was aware of her crippled leg now holding her back, meaning she could not walk very quickly toward the figure. It hardly mattered, he was making good ground, and moving closer to her now. She reached out her hand toward him, and this time, the figure reached out a hand too, as though the shadow was going to clasp her fingers within his. She slipped on the stones. There had been so many loose pebbles, that her injured leg stumbled, and she collapsed to the ground. She could feel the stones pressing into her, just as sharp and as painful, as when she had crawled free from the wreckage of the carriage. Hessian boots appeared on the stones in front of her. She looked up, to see the silhouetted figure had escaped the fog. Now standing before her, she could see his face, as he bent down, and offered his hand to help her up again. It was the Duke's face. She woke up. Sitting straight up in bed, she clutched the bed covers to her chest, breathing heavily. She blinked madly for a few seconds, as though fearing the same fog would have followed her from her dream into the real world, but it had not. All that was around her were the fine teal furnishings of the guest bedchamber. In the corridor outside of her door, a floorboard creaked, and she darted her head toward it. Is someone out there? Philip abandoned his attempt to sleep, his mind too plagued by its meanderings. He retreated to his library instead, seeking out the solace of a good book and a brandy, to distract himself. They did little use. In the soft candlelight, he peered over the edge of the book, his mind much more concerned with how the road had looked when he had turned up to the site of the accident. He knew that road very well. He undoubtedly walked, or rode his horse down it every day. It was the only exit from the house. A chalk path, made of flattened chalk, with a few loose pebbles. Yet, the broken carriage he had seen that day had been lying in a mound of loose stones. He was certain the stones had not been there that morning. With such a volume of stones in the road, going at any speed, the carriage would have struggled, especially as it was on a bend. The momentum would have cast it sideways, buckling the wheel, just as had happened, and forcing it to tip. He closed the book, and dropped it onto the table beside him, downing what remained in his brandy glass, as the heavy thoughts consumed him. I truly think those stones may have been put there deliberately. The thought was too horrible, because if it were true, it meant that someone had intended for a carriage to fall. It may have even been targeted, if they had known the next carriage to go past would have belonged to Lady Bolton. Did somebody try to harm Lady Bolton? If so, who would do such a thing? Chapter 8. Philip sat in the library with this unhappy thought for many minutes. In the end, he decided his uncle was perhaps right. The incident with the carriage could have been an accident, just an unhappy event. It did not help that whenever something unexpected happened, Philip tended to see malicious intent these days. He blamed it on the event that had caused him to lose his parents. That strange night had left him feeling as if his body was always on edge, and prepared for any sign of attack. Following the death of his parents, he had picked up his fencing lessons with much more vigor, and paid for more training with flintlock pistols. He did not have the best aim when it came to shooting, but he was a strong sword fighter. His tall and strong stance meant he could quickly overcome his instructor these days. His gaze flicked up from the book he had been attempting to read, to a painting on the wall of the library. It was of his parents. His father was built like him. His tall height was almost matched by his wife, who stared out from the painting, with the dark eyes and tanned skin Philip bore. His father had the same brown hair he and Jeremy shared too. Both looked out from the painting with small smiles, happy and content. The library had been their favorite room. Philip remembered how the two of them would spend hours at a time in each other's company, talking together of what they had read. Philip's mind was brought back to the conversation with Lady Bolton that day, about the horses, and how he had wished to continue the conversation with her. The thought someone could want to do the woman harm brought him out of his reverie. I am imagining things, that is all. I must stop seeing scheming wherever I look. Sometimes an accident is just an accident. He picked up the one lonely candlestick that was keeping him company in the library, and slowly left the room. The book had not distracted him, so he decided a walk through the house's corridors might. He wandered up and down different hallways, until he found the staircase that led to one of the guest wings, and the corridor that led to Lady Bolton's room for the night. Ever since the attack on his house, that had left his parents dead, and himself scarred, he had grown more attuned to his surroundings, his senses prepared for anything out of the ordinary. Such a strange occurrence had now brought him to a halt, his curiosity piqued. The door to the corridor was open, and there was candle wax stripped onto the floorboards in 2 globules. His mind sought out a rational explanation. Both the open door and the candle wax could have been caused by Lady Bolton, if she had decided to take a turn out of the room, but he dismissed the idea instantly. She was so aware of her manners, if she had spilled wax, she would hurry to organize the clear-up, she would not leave it on the floor. She had also been ordered to rest by the physician, and she was unlikely to defy the order. Miss Cunningham was unlikely to leave Lady Bolton's side, so she could not be the cause either. Philip felt his suspicions rise again, as he headed along the corridor, toward the door of Lady Bolton's bedchamber, trying his best not to make a sound with his shoes. As he turned the corner, his feet came to a sharp halt. There was someone standing outside Lady Bolton's bedchamber, carrying a single candle. The soft orange orb cast little light onto the figure. All that Philip could make out was someone wearing a dark cloak, with their head and face shrouded by a hood, their clothes masked by the navy material. They extended a hand from the confines of their cloak. The skin of the bony hand looked almost yellow in the candlelight. The hand took hold of the doorknob, and attempted to turn it. "Stop!" Philip called suddenly, his voice erupting with such sharpness, that the figure snapped its hood in his direction. The hood kept the face still hidden. "What do you think you are doing?" Philip yelled, as he ran down the corridor. The figure panicked. It dropped the candle, the light instantly snuffing out, as the candlestick hit the floor. In the shadows of the dark night, Philip struggled to see, as the figure took off, sprinting in the other direction down the corridor. He gave chase, moving more by ear and the sound of the figure's footsteps against the floorboards, than by being able to see what was happening. As the two of them emerged on one of the other staircases in the house, the steps became bathed in moonlight, streaming through a grand window that stretched the height of the wall. It was suddenly easy for Philip to follow the figure's path, jumping down the steps, practically two at a time. "Stop!" he called again, but to no avail. As he reached the bottom step, he could see the figure heading to a doorway to their right. It led to the main dining room. He followed him inside, lagging behind, as the figure burst through the doors that led out onto the stone terrace, at the back of the house. The glass doors clattered open noisily. As Philip reached the doors, his eyes adjusted, to see the figure standing part way across the stone terrace, in the silver moonlight. It was standing tall, the hood pulled low, but with its arm extended out, a flintlock pistol in his grasp. The silver metal of the pistol glinted in the moonlight. As the figure went to shoot, Philip pulled the glass door shut again, hiding himself inside. Pressing his body against the wall, he watched as the glass door shattered, with a bullet striking cleanly through the glass. For a moment, it could have been 3 years ago. He could have been in the house on the night of that awful raid that took his parents' lives, listening to the shattering of glass, and the sounds of a flintlock pistol. He winced, struggling to open his eyes, as the glass fell in tiny shards around his feet. "Remember where you are, Philip," he chided himself. "This is the here and now, you are not reliving the past." His eyes shot open again, and he turned to look through the broken glass, searching for the hooded figure, but there was no one there. If the figure had escaped across the grass, Philip was certain he would have been able to see it, from where he was standing, running through the parkland, heading either toward the river, or the road, as his main escape routes from the estate. Yet he was nowhere to be seen. Philip peered through the doorway, looking for any sign of the stranger nearer to the house, but there was no one. He could have run around the house, and come back in. The thought prompted him into action. He launched himself back through the door, and sprinted through the dining room, and back up the staircase. Philip quickly woke up every man in his staff that he trusted. Together, they began to perform a search of the estate. In the great hall, they used a tinder box to light hundreds of candles, and then they broke off into pairs, searching different pathways through the house, promising not to come back, until every room, and every cupboard, had been searched. Philip performed his search by himself, determined not to leave a single stone unturned, in his pursuit of the hooded figure. More than once did he pass through the dining room, where he found his gaze drawn back to the shattered glass of the doorway. He had put a man on the door to guard it, whilst others found wood to board up the broken section. Philip knew, had he not been aware enough of his surroundings, that bullet could have found him. Whoever had been attempting to enter Lady Bolton's room, was determined in their endeavour. As he passed through the west wing upstairs, he heard his name being called down the corridor. "Philip? Philip? What on earth is going on?" It was Jeremy's voice. Philip turned to see his uncle hurrying down the hallway, still half-dressed, in his haste to leave his chamber. "What is happening, Philip?" Hobbs says that you are all searching the house. We are, Philip confirmed, as he turned away, continuing his search. Jeremy hurried to keep pace with him. What on earth for? Jeremy was tucking in his shirt, and hurrying to pull on a waistcoat over his shoulders. Someone was in the house, Uncle, and before you accuse me of imagining things, I can assure you, I was not. Philip's firm glare brooked no refusal. To his surprise, Jeremy merely nodded. He half expected his uncle to blame the event on his active imagination. Who was it? Did you see their face? No, but they were standing outside Lady Bolton's bedchamber, trying to get inside. He pointed down another corridor. So, despite what you say, I am now convinced of it. That carriage accident was no accident. You do not know that. Jeremy picked up a nearby candle, holding it to Philip's for a moment to light his own. It is too much of a coincidence to ignore. Philip watched the second flame bloom. An accident and an intruder, in one day? The idea is absurd. Yet not unreasonable. Jeremy pointed out, following his nephew again, as they continued their path down another hallway. Argue what you will, it does not change the fact that there is an intruder in this house. Philip hesitated, turning back to look Jeremy in the eye. They were carrying a pistol. A pistol? Jeremy's voice hitched in surprise. They shot the doors from the dining room, that lead out onto the terrace. Whoever that figure was, they came to do harm. Philip walked away again, feeling Jeremy follow closely behind him. What kind of pistol was it? I did not get a close look. Philip shook his head, thinking back to what he had seen in the moonlight. Old, I think. Not an expensive one. Could it have been a burglar? Some thief trying to steal valuables from the house? Philip paused at this idea, seeing the sincerity in his uncle's face. It is possible. They could have been looking to steal something, and yet. If it was a burglar, why try to sneak into Lady Bolton's room? They could have stolen any number of items from the house. Perhaps they have taken other things. Jeremy chewed over the thought, growing more convinced by it. We will look in the morning, make an inventory, and see if anything else is missing. It is worth checking, but... Philip trailed off, as he looked out a nearby window, thinking how strange it was, that he did not see the intruder running away across the grass. I think it is possible that the intruder, whether he is a burglar or something else, could have come back into the house. What do you mean? Jeremy followed his gaze out of the window, also looking out to the open grass. I could not see him making his escape toward the road or the river. I just need to be reassured that he is not still in the house. The aftermath of the attack on his parents had been so strange. It had left him with a scar, where he had been but an inch away from losing his eye. After the attack, he had sat in the chair in his bedchamber, rocking back and forth, thinking of his mother and father, whilst Jeremy organized a search of the house, to check no attacker was still lurking inside. Very well, then we will check. Jeremy clapped Philip on the shoulder, reassuring him with a smile. We will check every nook and cranny of this building, for any place where an intruder could hide, my boy. I promise, we will not go to sleep, until we are certain this building is safe. Thank you, Uncle. Philip struggled to smile, as Jeremy ushered him forward. His uncle was the one person in the world, who had seen at close hand, all the hurt and despair Philip had gone through in the attack. Philip knew Jeremy had to be able to see how difficult this moment was for him to contend with. They continued their search together. Despite Jeremy's attempt to persuade Philip it could have been a burglar, he was not convinced. Why would a burglar take the risk of going into the room where Lady Bolton was sleeping? Chapter 9. Hearing the Duke yell, Elle had stirred Nancy completely from sleep. What she had thought before was just her imagination, that someone was outside her room, she now knew had to be true. As they listened to the sounds of the house staff, wandering up and down the corridors, Calling to each other as to whether they had found anything, Nancy hurried to change, with Ruth helping her. She could not stay in the room a moment longer, not when it was abundantly clear something strange was happening beyond her door. Once both she and Ruth were presentable, they hurried from the room. It did not take Nancy long to find the Duke, despite all the commotion. Most of the staff, all carrying candles, were searching the hallways and unoccupied rooms. In the end, she found the Duke at the bottom of the grand stairwell, with his uncle, Mr. Wallace, standing at his side. "Your Grace?" she called, as she hurried down the stairs. Her voice disturbed their conversation, and the Duke's head whipped toward her. He rushed up the first 2 steps to meet her. "Lady Bolton, is all well?" "That is the question I have come to ask you," she said with surprise, gesturing to the men who were hurrying around them. "What has happened?" "There was an intruder dash. A burglar of some kind, we think." Mr. Wallace moved to their side as well, interrupting the Duke. "That part is still to be decided on." The Duke glanced toward his uncle, before returning his dark eyes to Nancy. His panic was clear to read, making Nancy worry for him. "I found an intruder outside your bedchamber, my lady." "My bedchamber?" Nancy repeated in surprise, reaching behind her to where Ruth stood. Her friend took hold of her hand, clasping their fingers together to give her silent support. "Whatever for?" "We do not know." The Duke looked toward his uncle once again. "It is possible they had come to steal from you." "Yet, they were carrying a pistol." "A pistol?" Nancy attempted to calm the fear in her own voice, but she was too shocked to have much effect. "Has anyone been hurt?" "No," the Duke assured her. "They have shot one of my doors, so no harm done beyond some broken glass." "Uncle, do you think you could check upon the search party?" "Of course, try not to worry, Lady Bolton," Mr. Wallace said with comfort, before he hurried away on the stairs. Nancy was aware her formal behavior had given way to fear, and too much emotion. She repeated her father's mantra to herself. Dignified and reserved. The effort was a little difficult, under the circumstances. She looked up to the Duke, who appeared to be waiting until his uncle had gone, before looking back to her, his voice just a whisper. "Forgive me for this, as it may seem a rather absurd question, but under the circumstances, I have to ask it." He stepped toward her, closing the distance a little between them. "Is there anyone who would ever want to do you harm?" "Me?" Nancy said the word with shock, her mind darting to and fro. "Your uncle said it was a burglar." "It may well have been," said the Duke, running his hands through his hair, the stress apparent, and emanating from him. Nancy felt herself a little distracted by the action. His gesture had drawn her gaze to his features, and she looked at them for a moment, her eyes settling on his white scar. "I am not a fan of coincidences, Lady Bolton." "Ah." She hesitated, biting her lip as she thought. "Two such occurrences in one day are rather strange. The first endangered both yours and Miss Cunningham's lives, but in this latter event, I am certain that the intruder was making the effort to get into your room, Lady Bolton." The Duke gestured to her. "It is too strange a day for me to be able to ignore the coincidences. So, that is why I am asking you this question. Whether anyone I know would want to harm me?" Nancy looked down to her shoes for a moment, her mind casting back to everyone she knew. Most people in her life had only ever shown kindness. The chance that any one of them could be responsible for such a wish as to harm her was ridiculous. Then, someone popped into her head. "There is only one name that comes to mind." "And that is?" he encouraged, his voice still a whisper, as some of the staff hurried past them, continuing their search. "Lord Hodge," she whispered back to him, watching his face carefully, as his eyebrows rose in shock. "The man is a scoundrel, but something such as this? Do you think him capable of it?" It was a genuine question, his dark eyes flitting between hers. She considered her thoughts, and what she knew of the man. In all honesty, I do not know. She shook her head, making him shift between his feet. All I can say is, that Lord Hodge was insistent in my last meeting with him, is an understatement. The Duke clutched the bridge of his nose for a moment, as though struggling to listen to the words. He is as foul an excuse for a gentleman as there has ever been. He lowered his hand again. Would you tell me what exactly passed between you that evening? She knew precisely what he was referring to. He wanted to know, in what way Lord Hodge had jeopardized her reputation, but she could not do it. She could not talk so freely of such a controversial event. The idea was improper and inappropriate, with the gentleman she was courting. She lowered her gaze from him, and kept her eyes on the steps beneath their feet, as she spoke. I cannot tell you what happened, Your Grace. I can only tell you that I was not a willing party, in the conversation between Lord Hodge and myself. Her words seemed to rile him, forcing her to look up again. He was breathing heavily through his nose. So, it is possible we have a Viscount who does not wish to let go of you so easily. He shook his head, despairing of his own words. She did not comment. The idea seemed so implausible, yet she knew no one else to suggest. I do not know, Your Grace. Yet, he is the only person I have met, who was willing to do me harm. Her gentle words forced the Duke to step forward to her again. She almost backed away in surprise, but the camber of the steps on the staircase prevented her from doing so. The Duke took hold of her hand. She looked down at the connection. I give you my word, Lady Bolton. If Lord Hodge is responsible for these strange events, then be assured, I give you my vow to keep you safe. The sincerity and strength of his words made her reluctant to pull her hand from his grasp. Even though she was very aware of Ruth standing behind them, watching the two of them, in what could have been construed as an intimate moment. He would make such a vow to me. He still does not know me very well. Her eyes flicked up to him, seeing his dark eyes were as sincere as his words. She was uncertain what she was feeling, in response to this strange statement. She had softened toward him from that morning, that was clear. His attempts to protect her meant she also trusted him, but that was it. After so long of thinking she was to marry another, it was strange to court someone such as the Duke. Thank you, she said quietly. But, Your Grace, you still do not know me very well. To make such a vow is rather hasty. Her words brought a small smirk to his lips. I am already courting you, with a view to marrying you, to protect you from your own reputation. He squeezed her fingers softly. Promising to protect you from a figure lurking in dark corners, seems like the next step. She was surprised by the laughter that overtook her at his jest. Get some rest, Lady Bolton. It is the physician's orders after all. He released her hand, and gestured for her to return upstairs. We will complete the search and retire ourselves. Thank you, Your Grace. She smiled at him, and retreated up the steps, taking hold of Ruth's hand as she went. She looked back more than once whilst she was on the steps, her mind now on the Duke, rather than on the person who was trying to get into her room. What she felt for the Duke was not love, it could not be described as romantic, but there was true gratitude there, and something else too. Confusion. She lingered at the top of the stairs, looking down at him as this feeling overwhelmed her. As Nancy stepped into her chamber, preparing to sleep once again, she rested her head against the door for a moment, trying to breathe deeply. Ruth had gone to fetch some fresh water, and was to join her soon. Could someone truly want to hurt me? A scent lingered under her nose, making her wrinkle it in distaste. Is that smoke? Her eyes darted to the fireplace in the room, wondering if it had somehow caught alight again, after dying back hours ago, but it was grey and empty. Yet, there was an aura of orange around it. She stepped forward into the room, moving around the L-shaped chamber, to find the source of the light. The scent grew stronger as she walked. On the other side of the bed, a candle laid on its side. Its flame now spread across the dresser, quickly growing up the curtains. Oh my God! She stepped away from the fire, watching for a moment as the flames grew worse, slowly engulfing the whole side of the room. Realizing it blocked off the door that led to Ruth's chamber, she felt panic shoot through her. If Ruth had already returned with the water, she could be in her own chamber. Ruth! She screamed her friend's name, and ran back into the corridor, only to be faced by more flames in the hallway. Ruth! She shrieked again, as she backed away from the fire. Lady Bolton. It was Ruth's voice. She was at the other end of the corridor, blocked off from Nancy reaching her, because of the flames. Nancy felt the heat against her face, and threw up her arms, trying to protect her skin from the burn. Nancy was blocked off. There was no way she could reach Ruth, or the main staircase that led out of the house. There's another staircase. Ruth called to her, pointing behind her. I'll find it. Get yourself out, Ruth. At Nancy's order, she could just about see Ruth nod on the other side of the flames, before she disappeared through another door. There was a crack of furniture breaking in the room beside her, prompting Nancy into action. She ran back down the corridor, her hands checking her hair and clothes, for any sign of flames, but for now, she was unscathed. She could feel the smoke in her lungs now. It felt thick and cloying, prompting her to cough violently as she ran. Your Grace, Your Grace. Philip snapped round, as he heard Miss Cunningham's voice practically shriek for his attention. He was at the bottom of the stairs, as he turned to see her at the top, running down with such speed, she was in danger of falling. There was ash on her face and on her dress. Ash? What is wrong? Fire, Your Grace. Fire? He repeated in horror, realizing if Lady Bolton was not with her, where was she? He tried to run past Miss Cunningham to find her, but she stopped him. Lady Bolton was trapped off by the fire. She went to find the other staircase. She is alone. Trapped by fire, in a house where I know there was an intruder. The terror of the situation struck him, as hard as when that bullet had hit the glass in his doors. I will find her. He began to run the other way, calling at every man he could find on the way. Fetch water. Now. Call the fire service. Wake everyone, and get them out of the house, at once. Nancy came to a stop, as she reached the bottom of the staircase. It was quiet on this side of the house, with no one around. She clung to the banister as she coughed again, trying to clear the smoke from her lungs. There was a click nearby. Nancy's head flicked up, searching for the source of the sound, but she could see nothing. Around her were only the empty corridors, draped in the darkness of the night. She stepped away from the banister, still wheezing from the intake of smoke. There was another sound, as though of a footstep. She darted her head to the side, looking for any of the Duke's men that had been searching. It made no sense to her. The staff had been searching so frantically, why would one of them be sneaking around? Tiptoeing through corridors? There was another footstep, this time she knew exactly where it came from. She looked to the doorway of the study that led off the corridor. The orange glow from a candle lit a figure. A silhouette. They had a hood over their head, and were raising something in their hand. Is that a pistol? Lady Bolton. The word startled her. She flicked her head round, to see the Duke was running toward her, from down the corridor. Your Grace. She hurried to him, overwhelmed at the relief she felt to see him. The fire. Are you hurt? His arms went straight for her. She was startled by it. The impropriety. His hands were on her arms, checking she was well. It was not an unpleasant feeling. On the contrary, she felt safe to be there. I am well, Your Grace. The smoke has upset my breathing a little, she explained, trying to slow his haste in his frantic search of her. Wait, Your Grace. She looked back to the study doorway, searching out the figure again, but this time, no one was there. There was no glow from a candle, no silhouetted figure, and no pistol raised in the air. What is it? He followed her gaze, his hands holding tightly to her arms, drawing her to him. I thought I saw someone. She shook her head, looking back to him. I think it is my imagination. He did not look convinced. He now had his own eyes on the door. Your Grace, do not worry. I am merely on edge from what is happening this night. She attempted to explain herself, doubting what she had seen at all. I can hardly blame you for that. His jest brought the smallest of smiles from her. You should probably release me, Your Grace. She looked up to him, startled he still had his hands on her arms. She was also clutching to his too, her palms resting on his elbows, as though she could draw strength from him. This is hardly proper. I hardly care for that at this moment. He smirked. It was a handsome smirk, one-sided, revealing a dimple that Nancy could just about see in the moonlight. You can reprimand me for my impropriety tomorrow if you like. At this moment, I just want to ascertain you are safe. Thank you. I am well. She smiled, surprised how he could jest at such a moment. It was an enormous relief to her. A breather from the harsh events of that night. Good. Let us escape the house before the flames spread. The fire service has been called. He escorted her from the house, with her arm looped through his. Nancy clung to it, reluctant to release him. Despite her certainty she had imagined the figure in the doorway, she glanced back to it once, doubting her own convictions. The staff had quickly abated the fire. By the time the fire service arrived, the flames were mostly under control, and the fire was put out completely. The family and staff were all moved to another wing of the house, far away from the smoky rooms, and any remnant of the disaster. The next morning at breakfast, Nancy felt she would lose her mind from the strange conversation that was taking place. It went round in circles, every time that she suggested someone was trying to get into her room, and could have therefore wished to harm her, she was argued against. What of the fire too? It was no accident. She had lain awake most of the night, her body incapable of sleep after the events of the night. The bruise on her head, and the healing cut, meant it was an impossibility to ignore what had taken place. Even if she managed to think of something else, such as the Duke, the dull ache had quickly returned. Do not worry so, Nancy. Her father reassured her from his chair beside her. It is difficult not to worry, Papa. She tried to argue her case, wishing they would pay more heed to the idea that there could be a threat against her. I quite agree with Mr. Wallace. It was probably just a burglar, some thief capitalizing on the opportunity. Then what of the fire? She looked to him with surprise. Can you explain that? But a careless mistake. Perhaps you knocked the candle on the side, in your haste to be out of the chamber after you changed. Her father was dismissing her. She was confident she had not knocked the candle over. She was also certain Ruth had not done it either, yet no one believed her. Is it a surprise? You would have been frightened hearing the intruder. It was an accident waiting to happen. Her father gestured to her, waving the idea of the fire away easily. Precisely, Mr. Wallace said, as he served himself more food. In response, Nancy pushed her plate a little distance from her, struggling to eat. Easy mistake. As for the intruder, it may have even been a servant. Thinking if you were resting from your injury, that they would take advantage of the situation, and steal your jewelry. And what of the pistol? The Duke said suddenly. He had barely spoken, leaving it to the elder gentleman to discuss. His voice drew Nancy's gaze. His sincere manner prompted her to realize quickly that the Duke was not convinced by their explanation either. His mind was still on what they had discussed the night before. Someone could want to do me harm. With your own eyes you saw the pistol, you said it was an old weapon. Mr. Wallace said, pouring more tea for his nephew. A cheap thing a servant may keep with them. They might have brought it as a last resort, just intending to wave it around as a threat, in case they got caught. They probably did not mean to use it. They did use the weapon, the Duke pointed out, though his words sounded half-hearted. Nancy's memory of seeing someone in the doorway of the study came back to her. She was even more certain now it was her imagination, just the work of her fear. And he missed you by a good distance. See? This burglar did not attempt to harm anyone. Mr. Wallace pushed away the notion yet again. The idea that the loss of someone's life could have happened the night before, either in the fire, or from the intruder, made it difficult for Nancy to maintain her formal manner. She breathed deeply a few times, aware that the Duke was looking to her with interest. "Mamma, what do you think of the matter?" She appealed to her mother, who sat opposite her. Margaret appeared startled, to be called upon for her own opinion. Nancy regretted asking her the next moment, knowing how unlikely it was for Margaret to express an opinion. Fires are easily started. As for the intruder, is anything else missing from the house? Margaret asked eventually, peering over the rim of her teacup. Yes, Mr. Wallace said from her side. We did a search this morning. Some jewelry was taken that belonged to Philip's mother. Nancy's gaze switched sharply to the Duke. She had not yet heard any mention of his parents, and the easy way in which Mr. Wallace had mentioned them had taken her by surprise. In which case, I think. Margaret did not finish her sentence. She flicked her eyes up to her husband, who took over. She agrees with me, he said with a sharp nod. There is no sense worrying about a burglar. The Duke here chased them off, and there is no real harm done. Nancy wished to point out the bump on her head, in rebuke of her father's argument, but she restrained. It would hardly be proper manners, in front of the Duke and his uncle. What do you think, Your Grace? She was desperate for one ally in the room, for one person who would think of the matter as she now did. The Duke looked to her. I am not convinced by the theory of a burglar. His statement brought up more objections from her father and Mr. Wallace, but she hardly cared. She continued to look at the Duke, throughout the elder gentleman's discussion, realizing that there was only one person in the room, with whom she could talk honestly about what had happened, and not fear her opinion being put down, or even belittled. She wished to talk more with him on the matter. As her father and Mr. Wallace continued their discussion, she leaned toward the Duke, trying to talk in confidence with him. Before we take our leave, she whispered to him, earning his gaze as he too leaned toward her. I wonder if I could take you up on your offer of a riding lesson? You would like to try again? It brought the first smile she had seen from him that morning. Indeed. She concurred with a smile of her own, knowing the lesson would afford her the perfect opportunity to talk to him in relative privacy. But you may have to put up with me falling from the horse a few times. I promise to pick you up each time you fall. He had dropped his voice even lower with the words. The sensation his words had created left Nancy leaning back in her seat. She had felt warmed by them, and her stomach had fluttered. What does that mean? She suddenly felt a little nervous of being alone with him in their riding lesson.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 10. Nancy grew uncertain as she stood next to the horse. She fiddled with the riding gloves on her hands, growing more and more agitated. Her eyes were fixed to the horse in front of her. It was not the tallest of steeds she was to ride, but her old fears were rising again, of the number of times she had fallen off horses as a child. You will have to stop fidgeting. Any more playing with those gloves, and you will pull apart the stitching." The jesting voice surprised her, prompting her to turn to the side to see the Duke. He was standing near to her, leaning against one of the wood pillars in the stable, watching her closely. She shifted between her feet, aware how his dark eyes were drifting over her. She looped her hands behind her back, in the effort to stop fiddling. "Well, they are nice gloves. I should try not to destroy them." She smiled up at him, as he walked away from the pillar, moving toward her. "You do not need to be nervous, you know," he said, lowering his voice to a soft tone. It was a note she had only heard him use once before, when they were talking of May, the horse. It was a kind voice. It made her step toward him. "It is not something I can easily stop. I will fall off, I am certain of it." She raised her chin, jesting with him too. "As I promised you before, I will pick you up if you do." He extended his hand toward her. She took it without hesitation, surprised how easily she had been persuaded to give him her hand. He drew her toward the horse, prompting her to breathe deeply again. "All set?" he asked with raised eyebrows, as she stood beside the saddle. She bit her lip, suddenly holding tighter to his hand. "Ow! Tight grip you have there. You can loosen the grip slightly, you know." "I will not let go." He smirked to her, prompting her to soften her grip on his hand, as tempted as she was to hold on tight. "I am sorry." She reached forward to the saddle with her other hand, and stepped up into the saddle with relative ease. Once sat in the saddle, he passed the reins to her, whilst she looped her other leg around the pommel, sitting perfectly in the side saddle position. "You do not need to apologize. This is what I am here for." He smiled, stepping back from the saddle to give her more room. "For me to injure unintentionally?" She laughed, feeling a little self-conscious. It was hardly proper for her to have clung to his hand in such a way. "For me to help you." His smile stretched wider, inducing Nancy to admire the curve of it. It pulled at the scar on his cheek, making it coil across his skin. It was the first time she had looked at his scar, yet still thought he had a handsome countenance. "He is a kind man." He turned and moved to his own horse, quickly pulling into his saddle. She watched him all the way, this thought lingering for a moment. She thought of all the things he had done over the last couple of days. Helping her with riding, running to find her when the fire had started in the house, and sprinting across the estate when he heard of the carriage accident, just to ascertain she was well. She tried to imagine her previous betrothed doing such things, but she could not. "The Duke has a greater propensity for kindness than any man I have known." Together, Philip and Lady Bolton had been riding across the estate for a little while, but he could see Lady Bolton was less than comfortable. She sat stiffly in the saddle, barely moving with the rhythm of the horse, and hardly offering instructions to the animal either. He had offered guidance, instructing her how to move with the saddle, but she was clearly reluctant, her nerves taking over. Behind them, their chaperone for the day was a little distance away on their horse. Their usual chaperone, Miss Cunningham, could not ride, so another maid from his household had agreed to fulfill the role, and was riding behind them, giving them a little privacy whilst keeping a close eye. Philip pulled his horse to the side of Lady Bolton, seeing her flick her head toward him, with nerves at the sudden proximity. "You look very uncomfortable, my lady." He was smiling at her. She brushed some wisps of hair behind her ear. "Relax, a little." She breathed deeply, but was unable to do so. As she twisted in the saddle slightly, turning to look at him more, the horse responded. It did not like the change, and was already stiff because of the unusual way in which it was being ridden. It was at that moment that the horse protested completely, kicking out its legs against the floor in agitation and anger. Lady Bolton. Before he could say or do anything, to mitigate what was about to happen, the horse slipped on the ground beneath it. The steed whinnied loudly into the air, rearing backward. To hold on when thrown so far back was impossible, in the side saddle position. Lady Bolton slipped off the saddle, hitting the floor with an awful thud. Philip acted on instinct, his fear for her well-being taking over. He reached out toward the rearing horse, and took hold of the reins, getting it under control quickly, and drawing it forward, so that it was out of reach of the fallen form of Lady Bolton. When safe to do so, he jumped down from his saddle, and hurried to her side on the floor. "Are you hurt?" "Only my pride." She smiled, moving to her knees. She rubbed her elbows a few times, despite her words. He was reminded of finding her in the corridor the night before. The fear he had felt that she might have been hurt in the fire returned with surprising strength. He reached out toward her, before her propriety could stop him, and took hold of her hands, helping her to her feet. "Your Grace, I assure you, I am perfectly fine." She moved to her feet, her eyes narrowed on him with suspicion. She was gently trying to extricate herself from his grasp. "Our chaperone might see us." She gestured to the maid on the horse nearby. "You have a greater sense of propriety than anyone I know." He laughed, still holding on to one of her hands. She relaxed after a moment, her grasp in his felt warm and inviting. "Perhaps we should take a small breather? Here, let us sit a while." He gestured to a stone bench nearby in the parkland, and pulled her toward it. She sat beside him on the very edge of the bench, sitting very delicately. She appeared nervous. "Is all well, Lady Bolton?" "I wished to speak to you of last night." She lowered her voice to a whisper, glancing back to their chaperone, wary of being overheard. "What of it?" He was not fond of the idea of speaking of it. He had found some comfort in their ride that morning, a kind of escape from the fears that had kept him awake for the rest of the night. "Do you agree with my father and your uncle? The fire, the intruder, everything?" "No, I do not." He shook his head, releasing her hand. He began to fidget with his hands together. He saw her reaction. She looked startled by the withdrawal of his grasp, but it was necessary for him. The memories of the night before caused pain for him, but he was not yet close enough to confess as much to Lady Bolton. Holding her hand, he might be tempted to do so. "Then, what do you think happened?" Lady Bolton continued, with her bold blue eyes turned up to him. He was distracted by them for a moment. Even as a child, she had possessed those mesmerizing blue eyes, but now she had grown up, she was stunning. He looked away from them, down at his fidgeting hands. "I do not believe the intruder was a servant." He shook his head. "I am also not a fan of coincidences. A carriage accident, an intruder, and a fire all in one night? The chances of such a day are absurd." There was another problem that was bothering him. Intruders in a house were a rarity. To have lost his parents in such an attack was strange in itself, but to have another break-in a few years later? The chances were slim, and it bothered him. He was holding back from Lady Bolton. He opened his mouth, prepared to tell her of this fear, but closed it again. "I cannot tell her that. I do not talk of that night at all." He touched the scar on his cheek, remembering just how he had got the mark. It had been in a scuffle with one of the attackers. They had a dagger. He had been running to find his mother, listening to her scream. When he had reached her chamber, he had found the attacker, and wrestled with him. It took him a long time to get the dagger away from the assailant, but once he had the upper hand, his eyes had fallen upon his mother's body. She had been on the floor, beside the bed. He could just see her feet, twisted and limp. There was a pool of blood around her ankles too. The distraction had been the only moment the assailant had needed. He wrestled the dagger back, and delivered the wound to Philip's cheek. The shock of the pain being so close to his eye, gave the attacker the opportunity to run, and escape the house. He pushed the memory of reaching out toward his mother, away from his mind. He could not bear to relive it in that moment. There was a soft touch on his hand. He looked toward Lady Bolton, seeing her gloved hand was upon his. She gently pulled his hand away from his face. He looked to her, expecting her to say something, but she did not. She held his hand, and they sat there together in silence for a moment. He felt some strength in it, just sat, side by side. He imagined briefly what it could be like to have her sat there for all time, at his side throughout his life. This courtship may have been the best decision of my life, I realized. She paused for a moment, looking down at their joint hands. I have never asked you what happened the night you got your scar. She bit her lip, clearly nervous of speaking. I rarely speak of it. He held tighter to her hand. He was tempted to tell her everything, but he could not. Not when they had such dangers facing them. I think there are more pressing matters to concern us now, he pointed out. If the Viscount is behind the attacks from yesterday, that is what I need to focus on. Very well. She nodded sadly. I remember you when we were children, before you had the scar. Am I different? He asked with intrigue. It was a genuine question. One he had wanted to ask for a while. A little, she confirmed. You were perhaps a little bolder as a child. She smiled up at him. I was bold? He liked that idea of himself. You have changed a little too. He gestured to her. I have? In what way? She tilted her head to the side with wonder. Well, you have always been one for propriety. He smiled at her, showing he was in jest. But it is something you are even more fond of these days. You are teasing me, Your Grace. Perhaps a little. At his words, she laughed softly. It is something my father has always been keen on. She nodded. Perhaps we should challenge your propriety a little. His mischief made her eyes widen. She glanced back at their chaperone, in evident worry. No need to look frightened. Holding onto her hand, he pulled her to her feet, and started walking back towards the horses. He quickly tied the reins of the steed Lady Bolton had been riding, to a nearby tree, and then steered his own horse forward. Here. He gestured with his hand for her to climb into the saddle. I beg your pardon? She looked between him and the horse. You wish us to ride together? Her cheeks were blushing now. Of course. His smile grew, humored by how much she was blushing. But. She looked to the chaperone once again, before turning her blue eyes back to him. It would be improper. We are courting, after all. He chuckled now. Besides, it could be a good teaching opportunity for your riding skills. What do you think? Would you like to take the risk? He held his hand out to her. He cannot be serious. Nancy could scarcely believe what he was suggesting, but at the same time, she had no wish to ride herself back to the stable. The distance was too far. She was also surprised by his mischief, testing the boundaries of her propriety. She felt boldened by it. Well, perhaps there are occasions where I should not be so proper. She took hold of the Duke's hand, agreeing to it. He helped her up into the saddle. As she moved into a comfortable position, he climbed up behind her, settling the two of them together. The Duke took hold of the reins either side of her, maintaining distance from her, but the closeness still brought heat to her cheeks. Perhaps this was a mistake, she murmured, looking down at the floor, and wondering how quickly she could escape. On the contrary, I think it was an excellent idea. He chuckled, clicking, and urging the horse forward. The mischief in his voice brought a smile to her, as though he caused a spark inside her. They rode a little distance, with Nancy painfully aware every time they touched with the sway of the horse, when a noise broke through the peace of the estate. There was a clatter, as though from a cart, followed by a horse squealing on the road, just outside of the estate. What was that? Nancy asked, her head darting toward the sound. Sounds like an injured horse. The Duke turned their horse toward the road, picking up the pace, and urging Nancy to cling to the saddle a little tighter. Let's find out. It made the two of them bump slightly together. Nancy flushed even more. As the horse turned onto the main road, a horrific sight came into view. Two carts had collided, and in the accident one of the horses had become trapped. The poor mare was stuck beneath one of the cart's wheels, impaled, and squealing loudly. The cart drivers were panicking, rushing around the cart. What has happened? Chapter 11. The sight of the horse in the throes of injured despair caused horror for Nancy. The Duke pulled the horse up to the site of the accident, and jumped down quickly, leaving Nancy time to climb down too, and tie the horse's reins to the nearest tree. She turned back to the accident, seeing the Duke take control of the situation. Somehow, the carts had met in the road, colliding together, causing one of the carts to trap the horse beneath it. You two, take hold of this section of the cart, we're going to lift it off the animal. The Duke's orders were followed instantly. The two drivers stepped forward, moving to one side of the cart next to the horse. The mare was half flattened now, its front hooves scratching against the earth beneath it with fear. You. The Duke turned his attention to one of the attendants that had been helping with the cart. Take the reins of the horse, try to draw him forward on my order. Understood? Yes, my lord. The attendant jumped forward and knelt down, taking the reins, and pulling them over the injured horse's head, preparing for the rescue. On my count of 3. The Duke bent down to the cart beside the horse, offering 2 calming pats to the mare's neck, before moving his hands to the underbelly of the cart. 1, 2. Nancy stepped nearer, keen to help. She took hold of the reins too, preparing to help the attendant. 3. At the Duke's order, he and the 2 drivers lifted the cart. It was heavy with its load on the back, forcing the 3 of them to grunt and moan as they heaved it off the horse. The mare squealed again as the wood began to lift off its back. Nancy helped the attendant to pull on the reins. The horse whinnied, reluctant to move forward, in obvious pain. What is the horse's name? She called to the drivers. Pip. He called back. Come on, Pip. She patted the horse's nose, murmuring her name over and over. The mare's eyes flicked to her. Just a little way, and you will be free. Now, Pip. Move. At her urgency, she and the attendant pulled on the reins even more. This time, the horse edged slightly forward, its front hooves trying to bury themselves into the earth. She flicked her eyes to the Duke. He was wincing with the pain of lifting the cart. His handsome face grimaced, pulling at the scar. Higher. He called to the drivers. He buried his feet further into the ground, bending lower, and lifting the cart higher above the horse. It gave a little more air between the horse and the cart. Come on, Pip. She jerked the reins forward. The mare managed to place its back hooves into the earth, and propelled itself forward. An inch at a time, it scrambled free of the cart. Once completely clear, the Duke and the drivers dropped the cart back down to the ground. Nancy stopped pulling on the reins. The poor horse gave up its attempt to move, resting down on the road with its nose near her feet. The mare was just snorting now, no longer squealing. Nancy's eyes darted to the horse's back. It was badly injured, bleeding in places, and possibly suffering broken bones. You there? The Duke moved to the attendant's side. Go to my stable on my estate. Arrange a cart to come and rescue the animal. Tell them the order came from me, and they will not hesitate. Nancy looked to him with a smile, mindful of all the weakened animals in his stable. There was no way he was going to let the horse suffer, out here on the road. Are you all right? She looked to him, noting his clammy complexion, and the way he pulled at his cravat from the effort of lifting the cart. I will be fine, he assured her with a smile, moving to her side. She felt a wave of admiration for him. Determined to rescue the animal, he had gone to such extraordinary lengths. She dropped to her knees, and pulled the horse's nose into her lap, whispering soft words to Pip in comfort. The animal seemed to calm at her words, softened, looking up at her. She kept glancing up to the Duke too, thoughts whirring through her mind as she watched him. His eyes were elsewhere, on what remained of the cart. Of all the men in the world to marry, I could do a lot worse. Marrying a man of such kindness would make for a happy life. Philip's eyes were fixed to the cartwheel in the debris. There was something unnatural about the angle with which it was nestled into the road. It reminded him of Lady Bolton's accident, and how the wheel had buckled against the stones. He jumped forward, away from the injured horse, toward the remains of the two carts. He took hold of the wheel, and bent it backward, seeing how it was attached to the cart. The spindle that attached the wheel to the main body of the cart was old and worn, meaning there was barely any purchase for the wheel to hold onto. It explained why the wheel would buckle so easily. Yet, Lady Bolton's carriage was not so old. He looked up to her, seeing her beside the injured horse, stroking its hair softly. The poor animal had its face rested in her lap, as she soothed it. She was talking to it as she calmed the animal. The sight of her kindness brought him warmth, followed by fear. As well as the stones, did somebody try to sabotage Lady Bolton's carriage? After Lady Bolton's carriage had left for the day, taking her and her family home, he directed his steps toward one of the outbuildings. Inside were the remains of the carriage Lady Bolton had been riding in at the time of the accident. The main body of the carriage had been destroyed completely in the transport of the remnants to the house. He climbed over the broken wood, directing his steps toward what remained of the wheels. He found the wheel that had buckled against the stones, and lifted it out of the debris, holding it up against the sunlight. The spindle, with which it had been attached to the cart, was damaged beyond repair, but not from the accident. This spindle had been whittled down, with the wood chipped away by some kind of knife. The combination of the weakened wheel, and the stones on the road, made the carriage crash inevitable. He dropped the wheel against the debris, hearing the wood clatter. He was convinced. More than ever now, pushing away all of his uncle's nonchalant explanations. Someone wants to see Lady Bolton hurt. Philip ensured his next few meetings with Lady Bolton all took place at her estate. There was clearly some kind of threat against Lady Bolton, and whoever was behind it had some access to his property. His mind often lingered on her suggestion that perhaps Lord Galthodge could be the culprit who wished to see her hurt, but that did not explain how the Lord Hodge could get access to his estate. Unless someone in my staff works for him? The next few weeks, he visited Lady Bolton most days at her house. Conversation grew easier with each meeting, to the point that he noticed Lady Bolton relaxed some of her rules on propriety. Rather than affecting a demure manner always in his presence, she was bolder now, sometimes challenging him on his opinions. She also took part in more and more of his jests, to the point that she showed some mischief of her own. It made him like her all the more. It was one of these days, when they were walking through the parkland of her father's estate, that they turned conversation to their childhood. They spoke of how they played together as children, and Lady Bolton drew his attention to the river nearby. "Do you remember how you caught me from falling into the river one day?" She looked to him with a smile. "I did?" He could not remember it. "You did. I was mere inches from falling in, and you managed to catch me." Her blue eyes were sparkling. "It seems you have a habit of catching me when in danger. If you like, I can always be there." The words had slipped out of him without much thought, but it was sincere, and he truly meant the words. She blushed, looking up at him, and holding his gaze. He saw her blush more and more these days. To see that he could have such an effect on her, made him feel as though there were sparks in his stomach. "You are more flirtatious these days." She smirked at him. "I find it hard to resist being so." She laughed. There was a sound nearby, and they both turned their heads, to see Miss Cunningham there as their chaperone. Lady Bolton's father had moved to Miss Cunningham's side in the garden, to talk to her. He was gesturing toward the two of them, clearly looking for some insight into the progress of the courtship. "My father is checking up on us, it would seem. That reminds me. There is something I wish to ask you." She looked away from him, and walked along the river. Philip moved to follow her. "The night of the fire, my father is convinced that I tipped over the candle, and caused the fire myself." She said the words with a little bitterness. He had heard the Duke say as much, on the morning after the fire. "I am still convinced, my lord." She looked up to him again. "I did not knock over the candle. Do you believe me?" It was important to her to have his trust. He could see it in her face. "I believe you." He nodded, seeing his assent caused her smile to grow. Since the day of all the attacks, that was what he called them now, as he was utterly convinced that was what they were, the way in which he controlled his estate had become much stricter. Any strangers were called quickly to account for their presence, and any strange events were investigated fully. He had even circulated letters to the few people that he still trusted in the ton, trying to ascertain if anyone knew something of Lord Hodge, and where he had been on that bizarre night. So far, nothing had come of his investigations, but neither had there been a repeat of an attack. "I do not think the fire was an accident, Lady Bolton," he said with conviction. "No more so than the intruder bringing a pistol with them." His feet fell still beneath him, bringing him to a stop. "The pistol." "My lord?" She turned back to him, seeing he had halted. "Is there something wrong?" "The pistol," he murmured aloud. "My uncle suggested it could have been owned by a servant, as it was a cheap-looking thing." "Yes, I remember." She nodded, still watching him with a look of confusion. "I think I have seen it somewhere before." "What? Where?" She stepped back toward him. She held out her hand, as though she would take his in her grasp, then her blue eyes flicked toward her father nearby, and she thought the better of it. He saw it all with some frustration. He wished she would take his hand, if she so wished to. The constant need to please her father with propriety made him glance to the Duke with some resentment. He was tired of the formal courtship. He knew by now he was devoted to Lady Bolton. Nothing would change that, but with her manner always so formal, he was wary of her feelings. He could not be convinced enough of her own affection to ask her to marry him just yet. "My lord, where have you seen the pistol before?" He thought for a moment, drifting between his old memories. "I am struggling to remember." A memory came back to him. It was of his father, showing him the stables when he was just a child. At the back of the stable was an old cupboard, with some cheap worn pistols. They were used once to put down lame animals. Something Philip had never sought to do, whilst he was running the estate. The cupboard had simply been locked up and forgotten. "There is something I must check when I return home," he said to Nancy, stepping forward again, and directing their steps down the river. As soon as Philip reached his house, he headed for the stable. He spent many minutes searching for the key to the cupboard that held the old pistols, but as he found the cupboard, he realized the time he had wasted in his endeavor. The padlock, rusted and aging, was broken open, as though someone had forced open the lock with a metal bar. He opened the cupboard quickly, searching inside. He had been so young when his father had shown him the cupboard, but he was convinced of one thing. There had been 4 pistols inside at that time. Yet now, there were only 3. A small bag of shot and powder was missing too. The intruder was someone within my house. The prospect that Lord Hodge had someone in Philip's staff working for him suddenly grew greater. Chapter 12. Nancy stood restlessly by the window, barely able to stop herself from glancing through the gap to the road every few minutes. She was waiting for the Duke to arrive for another meeting. Barely a day had passed, in the last couple of weeks, where they had not seen each other, and she found herself looking forward to each meeting with every passing day, more and more. She found it so easy to talk with him now. The only other person in the world she could talk so freely with was Ruth. Her mother always held her aloof nature, unwilling to give an opinion on anything. Though she loved her, as she did her father, they were not the closest of families. Her father too always had such an insistence on propriety, that such freedom of expression and conversation was not welcome. It is different with the Duke. She could talk easily with him. Every time she held herself back, he would draw attention to it these days, making some kind of jest on her want for propriety. "My lady. Do come and sit down," Ruth said from her place in the chair nearby. "You'll wear a hole in the carpet." "I do not think I mind that." She smiled, as she darted back to the window with expectation. "I never saw you so excited to see the Marquis of Honeyfield." Ruth's whispered confession made Nancy dart her head round. "Did you not?" It had taken her by surprise. She tried to recall if she had ever acted in such a way, in excitement of meeting the Marquis, but she could not think of a time. "No, I never did." Ruth was smiling up at her, knowingly. "Well, perhaps the Duke is a little more." She trailed off, thinking how best to describe her feelings toward him. He was quite different to the Marquis. The Marquis had never been able to inspire the laughter from her that the Duke could, for starters. "A little more?" Ruth prompted with mischief, raising her eyebrows, as she waited for an answer. When Nancy said nothing, still struggling, Ruth offered some options of her own. Exciting company? Affable? Endearing? These were all words that could have been applied to the Marquis too. Nancy argued, looking away from the window. She knew it would not be proper to disparage her former betrothed. "Could you?" Ruth looked up at her with doubt. "No, I could not." She knew the truth of the matter. The Duke was a lot more endearing than the Marquis. She threw a guilty look at Ruth, giving her the only answer she needed, and prompting her friend to laugh softly. A blast followed this moment. As though from a musket, a shot rang out, and echoed through the grounds, reaching their ears through the open windows. Nancy looked back to the window, straining to hear more, but nothing followed the shot. Was that Dash? Ruth ran to her side. It was a musket. Nancy clung to the window frame, as a second shot rang out. It is coming from the forest. The Duke is riding through there. As the second shot came, Philip darted the horse he was riding to the side, knowing it was near. The bullet lodged itself in a tree beside him, splintering the wood. The proximity filled him with fear, inducing him into action. The horse was frightened too, whinnying loudly in the air. Philip kicked his heels into the horse, demanding the horse broke out into a fast gallop. "We need to get away from here, now." He had been riding through the forest, heading to his meeting with Lady Bolton, when the first shot came. Thinking nothing of it, it had to be merely a passing shooter trying to catch some game, a pheasant perhaps, that he had not even flinched. Not until the second shot came so close to him. He did not wait to think or consider why someone would be shooting in his direction. He bent forward, urging the horse to sprint faster across the thin path, through the forest. A third shot echoed between the trees, the sound bouncing off the trunks in such a way that it was impossible for Philip to discern where the sound was coming from. He glanced around him when he had the opportunity, but he could not see any shadows lurking behind the birch trees, nor any other horses. A fourth shot rang out, forcing him to look forward again, and to concentrate all his efforts on an escape. This time, the bullet collided with the earth in front of the horse. The steed came to a sharp halt and reared backward in protest. The sudden change in movement brought shock. "Whoa, no." He tried to calm the horse, but it was too late. The steed was rearing back so far that he was in danger of falling. Yet another shot came, bouncing off a tree behind Philip's head. This is no shooter aiming for a pheasant. He is aiming for me. The bullet could have landed in his own head, from how close it had been. Philip worked hard to hold on to the saddle. He pulled harshly on the reins, jerking the animal back down to the ground. It went with some resistance, neighing and twitching its head side to side, within the hold of the reins. Philip did a quick circle on the horse, but still, no one was there. He looked down at the saddle, but he had brought no weapon of his own. He had not considered the idea for one moment. He had thought the attacks of the other week were all aimed at Lady Bolton, not at himself. Lady Bolton is not the only one whose life is in danger, it would seem. This time, he saw a shadow. It jumped between two trees, at least 200 yards from him. "Who is there? I demand you show yourself," he declared loudly, his voice echoing just as the shots had done. He moved the horse forward, darting between the trees himself, and using the trunks as cover. The figure did not reveal their face, but he saw the musket this time. It appeared around a trunk, with the stranger's head bent over it. Their face masked from view by the hat. Philip lurched the horse forward. So exposed, he could be shot easily enough, but he clearly had one advantage over his attacker. That of speed. The horse could easily outrun a man on foot. "Go!" he shouted to the horse, clicking afterward, but the order was just a second too late. As another shot echoed through the forest, Philip felt pain tearing through his arm. He roared in protest, bending even more over the horse, and imploring the animal to go faster than he had ever ridden before, in his desperation to be away. He did not look back this time. The horse galloped, taking him far away from the center of the forest, through the open path and toward the house of the Duke of Cornington. The pain was growing worse as he rode. He glanced down briefly at his right arm, aware that blood was beginning to seep through his jacket. It formed a small trickle, running down his bicep toward his elbow. "Do not look at it. Stay focused, and get yourself out of here," he rebuked himself, turning his attention back to his path. Yet, no sound of footsteps followed him, and there were no more musket shots. Soon, the house appeared through the trees. He had never been so relieved to see the building before. As he reached the front steps, he jumped down, aware that the front door was already opening. As his feet touched the ground, he looked up to see Lady Bolton was running through the doorway, with Miss Cunningham behind her. "Your Grace," she called to him, hurrying down the steps. He stepped toward her, but felt his world slide sideways. The loss of blood had made him dizzy. He stumbled on his feet. "Ruth, call for a physician, now," Lady Bolton ordered, pushing the maid away as she reached his side. This time, she did not hesitate in reaching out toward him. If this had happened at any other time, he would have been thrilled, but he barely had the capacity for such a feeling at that moment. He was too hazy now. He looked down at the blood on his arm. It was flowing fast and heavy. His knees buckled at the sight. "Your Grace." Lady Bolton's voice was panicked. He found himself on his knees on the steps. Lady Bolton had one of his hands in hers, with her other hand she was tilting his head up toward her. "What happened?" "I have been shot," he murmured, before blackness enveloped him, and he slipped into unconsciousness. "You are a lucky fellow, Your Grace." The physician's words did not appear to bring much relief to the Duke. Nancy was standing close by, with Ruth at her side, watching as the physician saw to the Duke's wounds. His jacket had been removed, and his shirt sleeve rolled up, revealing a bullet wound in the upper part of his arm. "Am I? It strikes me that if I were a lucky man, I would not have been shot at all." His words brought a small smile to Nancy, but it did not last long. She was still too much in shock to give way to relief. "How could he have been shot?" "It was a clean-through shot, Your Grace," the physician explained with sympathy, as he applied a dressing to the wound. "No major arteries struck, no bone either, The bullet passed straight through. You have what we like to call a flesh wound. That is good news? Nancy asked with hope, stepping forward. It is, my lady. The physician looked to her with a smile. It means he will recover quickly enough, and there will be no lasting damage at all. He finished with the wound. There you are. All set, Your Grace. Thank you, Doctor. The Duke said with a smile, looking down at the bandage now on his arm. They bid their goodbyes to one another, and Ruth walked the physician to the sitting room door, leaving Nancy in relative peace for a moment with the Duke. She knew she should be proper. Her father's mantra was in her mind once again. Dignified and reserved. She decided to throw the mantra from her mind, throwing care to the wind for a moment. She brought a stool from nearby, and placed it in front of him, sitting close to him. He raised his eyebrows in surprise as he watched her. Your father might object to you sitting so close to me, my lady. At this moment, I hardly care. She reached out for his hand. He took the hand in both of his, clasping it tightly. You are certain you are all right? I am. Merely in shock, I think. He grimaced, looking down again at the bandage on his arm. There was a lot of blood, but the pain is passing, and as the doctor said, I will make a full recovery. What is happening, Your Grace? She said with sudden anguish, clasping his fingers tight. I wish I knew. He glanced to the doorway, prompting her to do so too. They both saw Ruth standing there, but she had her head turned away, as though trying to give them some amount of privacy. He lowered his voice to a whisper, as he turned back to Nancy. I confess, I thought the events of the other week suggested someone wished to harm you, after this morning. He shrugged. Perhaps someone wishes to harm both of us. The thought made her flinch, looking down at their hands. I will not let anything happen to you. He raised her hand to his lips. She watched with anticipation, feeling the spark he created within her bloom into something else as he kissed the back of her hand. There is something I must speak to you about. Yes? She moved forward to the edge of the stool with hope. Seeing him so injured, so close to death, had altered something in her mind. I cannot imagine my life without him. Lady Bolton, What do we have here? The Duke of Cornington's voice interrupted them. Nancy stood to her feet, pulling her hand free of the Duke, and turning to see her father standing in the doorway, beside Ruth. I have just been talking to the physician, is it true? A shooter in the forest? He stepped forward, as the Duke stood up too, clutching the wound on his arm. It is, Your Grace. The Duke bowed his head with respect. Nancy's eyes darted across her father. She could see her father's thoughts, they were easy to read on his face. He was disapproving of the display of affection he had witnessed, her hand within the Duke's. She looked down to her feet, unable to contend with his disapproval. For one brief moment, she had thought the Duke was going to propose. That possibility had now been taken away. We will perform a search of the forest at once, her father said, looking behind him as though intending to leave, and make the order to his men at once. I will come too, Your Grace. The Duke picked up the jacket discarded on the chair, and prepared to leave. He glanced at Nancy, and offered her a brief wink. She fought the smile the wink caused. We will talk later, my lady. Yes. She nodded, and watched as he retreated from the room. As he disappeared, she turned to the window, watching him step outside, and walk toward the forest with other members of the staff. He may have died today. Why would someone wish to harm us both? Chapter 13. Perhaps it was just someone shooting at a pheasant, my boy, Jeremy said, as he slapped Philip on the shoulder, an action of comfort, though it was quite close to Philip's wound on his arm, making him wince. Oops, sorry. Does it still hurt? It is getting better, said Philip, looking out of the study window, for the arrival of Lady Bolton's carriage. Uncle, We cannot insist on being so ignorant anymore. Look at all that has happened. A carriage accident, an intruder, a fire, and a shooting. Not all of these things, within such a short amount of time, can be the work of mere coincidences. Yes, I will admit it does sound a little strange. Jeremy moved to a chair nearby, and sat down. Forgive me, but I just find it hard to believe why anyone would want to do you or Lady Bolton any harm. Philip grimaced at this idea and looked away from his uncle, back out of the window. He has a point. Philip knew now someone was out to hurt both him and Lady Bolton, but Jeremy had hit upon the perfect question. Why? I cannot sit idly by, and do nothing anymore. He shook his head, his hand going to the wound on his arm, now out of habit. It had been 2 days since the shooting, and it was getting better, but Philip's nightmares were only growing worse in that time. At night, he did not just relive what had happened the night his mother and father died anymore. His imagination took the memory, and built a new possibility. The idea of what could happen, if you were to lose Lady Bolton in such a way, hurt him far more than the bullet wound. Sat with Lady Bolton in her sitting room yesterday, with her hand in his, kissing the back of it, he had realized just how much he loved her. When he said he needed to tell her something, it was that fateful night he wished to tell her of. He wanted her to be his wife, and in order to do that, he needed her to know what had happened to his parents. I have to do something. He looked away from the window, back to his uncle. He had received little good news from his letters inquiring of Lord Hodge's whereabouts. Whether Lord Hodge was behind these attacks or not, he had to do something more now. I wish to go to the constable about this. Ask someone else to investigate. Are you certain, my boy? Jeremy leaned forward in his chair, resting his elbows on his knees. I am. I know you are not convinced, but I have to do something. Say no more on it, my boy. Jeremy stood to his feet, with his hands outstretched. I do not like seeing you so angsty. Let me go today to see the constable. Whilst you see Lady Bolton. Let me help you. What do you say? Philip smiled for a moment, relieved for his help. Thank you, Uncle. I would appreciate that. He turned his eyes to the road once again, anxious for Lady Bolton's arrival. Nancy was preparing for her visit to the Duke, sitting before her vanity mirror, as Ruth attended to her hair. The door to her chamber opened as she finished her preparations, and to her surprise, her mother stepped in. Mama, is all well? She could not remember the last time her mother visited her in the bedroom. I wish to be your chaperone today. Margaret attempted to smile. It was an uncomfortable one, that disappeared a moment later. Ruth deserves some rest, and I would like to be there. I would like to get to know the man who is to marry my daughter. The sentiment shocked Nancy, encouraging her to stand to her feet. I would like that too. She smiled, stepping forward to her mother's side. Her mother rarely ever left the house, to make such a decision, and to go somewhere without her husband at her side, was unusual. Already? Yes, after you. Her mother gestured to the door, and Nancy stepped through it, hurrying through the house, and outside toward the carriage that waited for them. The carriage for the day had been provided by the Duke. He had also sent his steward, with a small note, explaining that the steward was the best swordsman he knew, and based on recent events, it would be wise to have some extra protection. Inside the carriage, Nancy and her mother sat opposite the steward, both struggling to make conversation on formal matters. Nancy was surprised her mother was asking so much about the Duke. It was the first time she had attempted to do so. What is he like? Her mother asked again. Is he a talkative man? Perhaps it is best you try to know the man yourself, Nancy said eventually, by a way of looking for some peace, as the carriage turned into the forest. It was not that she was reluctant to speak to her mother, more that her mind was still on the events of the day before, and the stress was causing her some upset. Nancy turned her gaze through the window, as a gunshot rang through the air. The carriage came to a sharp halt. Her mother's hand instantly went to Nancy's elbow. Nancy reared back from the window, reminded of the shots she had heard the day before. From the person who had tried to shoot the Duke. "Why have we stopped?" Margaret whispered with panic. The steward did not hesitate. He leapt toward the door, and stepped outside. "Stay inside, my lady." He tossed the words over his shoulder in his haste. He hurried outside, then stopped. Nancy could see his face turned toward the front of the carriage. His eyes widened, as though he has seen something frightening. "What have you done?" he cried with panic. Then there was a second shot. Nancy and her mother flinched at the sound. Margaret covered her face, as Nancy watched in horror. The steward staggered back, clutching his hands to his stomach. "He has been shot." The steward fell to his knees, then moments later, onto his front. He was dead. That was when Nancy heard the footsteps of people walking to the carriage door. As two faces, covered with hoods, appeared in front of her, she scrambled back with her mother, further into the carriage. Well, who do we have here?" One of the men peered beneath his hood. "She is late." Philip did not like it. He was pacing up and down his study, but every minute he was turning back to the window, looking out to the road in expectation of Lady Bolton's arrival, but still, she did not come. He turned to the clock. She was at least 20 minutes late. With recent events, he could not afford to be complacent. The more he paced, the more certain he became. Something was wrong. "Osmond." He called for the butler, marching through the door, heading out to the corridor. A minute later, the butler appeared. "Yes, Your Grace?" "Fetch Archer and Jones, at once," Philip ordered, filled with sudden determination. Other than his steward, they were two of his best men, both good with a pistol and never afraid of a fight. "Get them to ready the horses too." "Your Grace, what for?" Osmond was following him through the corridor, his manner concerned. "We are going to look for Lady Bolton's carriage." Philip glanced to his butler, seeing a glimpse of cynicism in the man's expression, but he hardly cared. "These are no accidents. I have to find her." Nancy looked between the two men with fear. She clung to her mother's arm, but felt herself being dragged away. "No. Let go." As she tried to escape, she kicked out at one of the men. Oomph! It knocked him back. He released her momentarily, and stumbled on his feet. It forced his hood back a little on his head, revealing his face fully. She did not recognize him. His features were dark and narrowed on her, then his dark gaze flicked to her mother. "Oi, oi!" He waved at the man at his side. "Look." He gestured to Margaret frantically. "Another royal?" the second man asked, peering beneath his hood. This man had paler, fairer features. His own eyes glanced between Nancy and Margaret. He grabbed his friend's arm, his manner suddenly panicked. The deal was the daughter of the Duke and a servant, not a duchess. I know. The darker friend tried to calm him with a wave of his hand. Nancy and Margaret exchanged glances. It was clear to Nancy from their speech that this was all planned. They had been told to attack her and Ruth, yet they did not look so pleased to see the Duchess too. She was just figuring out if there was any capacity for an escape out the other side of the carriage, when she felt one of them take hold of her wrist again. "No. Let go of me." She clawed at her mother, but the man with darker features just kept pulling on her. His fingers dug into her wrist, dragging her through the carriage. "Do not worry, Tom." He turned a smile on his friend, as he tussled with her. "With a bounty of 2 royals, he will just have to pay us more money now." "He? Who?" Nancy asked, as she felt herself being pulled free from the carriage. She nearly collapsed to her knees from his strength of dragging her. He rearranged the grasp on his hands, going for both her elbows, pulling her to her feet, and taking her away once again. They had stopped in the forest. She was struggling to step over the tree roots and slippery moss. "Who is paying you to do this?" she demanded from her captor, shouting at him. He ignored her, sneering at her. He pushed her to the ground. She fell to her knees. She tried to scramble away, struggle back to her feet, but his hand on her ankle stopped her. He slid her back along the ground, her fingers digging into the moss beneath her, the wet mud sinking beneath her fingernails, as she tried to escape his clutches. She looked around, hoping for a chance of escape, but could see nothing beyond the density of birch trees, each one tall and silver, masking them from view from the road. Margaret was tossed down at her side. She yelped as she collided with the floor. The man with fair coloring had a rope in his hands. He was tying it around her wrists, binding them together. "No, get off her." Nancy reached out for her mother, trying to push him away, but before she could make contact, she felt herself being pulled back again. Now there were ropes around her wrists too. She looked up to her captor. He was binding them quickly, pulling so tight that she could feel the cord cutting through the skin of her wrists. "What is happening? Let us go," she screamed, as he finished tying the ropes, turning away from her. "Who are you? Tell us why you are doing this?" Nancy had never known such fear. Not even in the fire, when she had run from the flames. Now that fear was coupled with a sense of hopelessness, feeling powerless and at somebody else's mercy. She would not accept such a fate so easily. Seeing his attention turned away, she jumped to her feet and tried to run. "Hamilton! She's running!" the fair one bellowed. It meant she got but 2 steps away, before she was tackled back to the ground. She tried to scream against the sudden pain, but her mouth was pressed into the moss. As the weight lifted from her back, she could taste the soil and the earth in her mouth. She was pulled to her knees, her bound hands were clasped in one of his, restraining her. Then something was looped around her head. "What are you doing?" Before she could think of something to stop them, she realized it was a blindfold. Her vision went black. "Ma? Ma? I am here," Margaret called back, her breath hitching. "On your feet, both of you." The order was insistent. Nancy felt herself pushed to her feet again. "Start walking." She was shoved forward, the thud harsh in her back. What are they going to do to us? Chapter 14. As the carriage came into view, Philip could barely believe the proof of his own eyes. "Lady Bolton." He called for her, but no reply came. He took the pistol from his waistband and armed it, before jumping down from the horse, and walking around the carriage. It had been brought to a stop in the middle of the road, at a peculiar angle, as though halted at an untimely moment. The driver was half in, half out the front riding seat, with blood pooling on his chest. The horses were scraping at the earth beneath them, whinnying loudly into the sky, as though calling to the heavens for help. The sight of the driver with blood on his chest filled Philip with energy. No. Is he dead? He was reminded of the night he lost his parents. Minutes before he had run to the room where he found his mother dead, he had found his father. He had been lying on the floor, at a similarly strange angle, half capitulated forward with a bullet wound in his chest. He had tried to revive his father, but it was no use. The man was gone. In Philip's desperation for him to breathe, he had covered his shirt in his father's blood. No. This cannot happen again. He rushed toward the driver, but one of the men who had come with him got there first. Archer climbed up onto the carriage seat, checking the driver's pulse. A beat later, he turned to Philip with a shake of his head. No, no. Tell me he's alive, Archer. Philip climbed up to the carriage too. He is gone, Your Grace. Philip checked the pulse himself. Not because he did not believe Archer, but because he did not want to believe it was true. He wished him to be alive, by pure intent and desperation alone. All of these events had culminated in someone's death. The reality was too awful to comprehend. Yet the man's skin was already turning cold, and there was no flutter of a heartbeat beneath his skin. God, no. He shook his head. This is just not possible. Your Grace. Jones, his other trusted friend, called to him. Your Grace. His voice was coming from around the other side of the carriage. Philip jumped down, and hurried to follow the voice. Yes, Jones? As he rounded the carriage, the view of the steward came into view. No. He sprinted forward, dropping down at the steward's side. He could see blood pooling through the steward's waistcoat. He had been shot. What on earth is going on? He leaned over the steward, just enough to see a flicker in his face. He is alive. He is alive. He tore off his jacket, and pressed the material to the steward's stomach. The movement made the steward flinch. Jones? Hold that there. We need to stop the flow of blood. Your Grace? It was the steward's voice. Philip looked back to his face, seeing his eyes flicker open. Rest. Philip ordered. We will get a physician for you. Lady Bolton. His voice was quiet, barely above a whisper. Philip felt his stomach lurch at the mention of her name. Yes? What happened to her? Carriage. Attacked. He was struggling to speak. 2 men. Hoods. Cloaks. They took Lady Bolton and her mother. Her mother? Philip repeated in surprise. The Duchess is with her. Took them. He lifted a hand slowly, pointing off into the forest beside them. Blindfolded. Tied them up. Good God. Jones muttered, keeping the pressure upon the jacket, as Archer reached their side. Philip cursed under his breath, using much stronger language indeed. I have to go after them. He looked into the forest, seeing nothing but the trees, moss, and a lurking mist. Archer, listen to me. He looked back to his men, determined to act and to take control. Too much had happened over the last weeks, and he was tired of feeling powerless. Whoever was trying to harm him, and Lady Bolton could now be about to achieve their aim. He would not let it happen. Archer, go at once to the Duke of Cornington. Tell him what has happened to his wife and daughter. Get him to send his men. We will need help. Make sure they are armed. Philip ordered. Yes, Your Grace. Archer nodded and turned away, following the instruction as soon as it was given. He ran back to his horse, mounting quickly, and riding away in the direction of the Duke's house. Jones. Philip looked to his second man. Go for the physician. We have already lost 1 man. We will not lose another. Yes, Your Grace. Jones agreed, offering one last glance to the steward. It was one of fear, before he too hurried away to fetch his horse. Philip rearranged the jacket around the steward's stomach. He picked up the steward's hands, and placed them over the jacket. The steward winced at the movement, his grey eyes struggling to stay open. Hold this tight, my friend. Philip urged him quietly. I would stay if I could, but... He looked off to the forest. Go, Your Grace. The steward's voice prompted him to look back. Stay safe. Philip clapped his steward on the shoulder, and then jumped to his feet. He readied his pistol once again, and then ran off into the forest, sprinting as fast as he could. He leapt over tree roots, sometimes slipping on moss, and waded through puddles. I am coming, Lady Bolton. I am coming. He ran into the mist, wondering what he would find. Nancy knew they had been walking for a long time. It was a surreal sensation, to walk so far, without having a clue what direction she was walking in. Every few minutes, one of the men would shove her in her back, prodding her forward. She could hear her mother's small cries every time she was forced forward too. "Stop here," one of the men ordered. As he spoke, he took hold of Nancy's shoulder. She barely had time to respond before he shoved her down to the ground. "Sit there." She had been pushed down into a puddle. She felt the water splash around her skirts and petticoats. "Ma?" she called to her. "Here, Nancy." Her mother's voice moved toward her. "Stay there," one of the men ordered. "Let me go to my child." The sudden urgency in Margaret's voice astounded Nancy. It was a tone she had never heard her use before. "Have some compassion. Show me to my daughter's side." Silence followed this. Nancy strained against the blindfold, desperate for a glimpse beneath the cloth, but still, she could see nothing. "All right." One of the men relented. A moment later, Nancy could hear shuffling across the ground. She reached out toward the sound with her bound hands, and felt her mother reaching to her. Their bound hands clasped together, and they settled side by side on the ground, clutching to one another. "My poor child." Margaret was crying. Nancy could hear it in her voice, her words gasping with breath. Nancy held on to her, listening to her tears, and straining to hear the sounds of their two captors. The men were muttering to each other in hushed voices, standing a little distance from them. "He will meet us here." "When is he coming?" "Well, any time now, I should think." "And we will get paid more money? For the mother too?" "We'll make sure of it. Relax. It is all under control." "They are paid thugs." Nancy thought with distaste. She thought through the previous attacks. The carriage accident, the intruder, the fire, and the shooting. Were those events carried out by these men too? Or were they all at the hands of the man paying them? "Nancy." Her mother's voice disturbed her thoughts. It was but a whisper. "Yes, Ma." Nancy tilted her head toward her, the better to hear her. "It seems we may be about to meet our death's dash." "Ma, please, do not speak in such a way," Nancy whispered sternly. "This is not over yet." "Is it not?" Her mother was despairing, her voice cracking as she spoke. "Listen to me, Nancy. This may be the last chance I ever have to apologize to you." "Apologize? Whatever for?" Nancy repeated in surprise. "For not being the mother to you that I should have been." The pain of Margaret's words made Nancy clutch to her tighter. "Do not speak so." "No, I shall. Let me say what I have to say, Nancy, please." Her voice urged Nancy to be quiet and hear her out. "I know I have always been distant. Your father. He was never what I wanted in a husband. From the moment we were married, I was always undermined. Any opinion expressed was belittled and tossed away." Nancy wished she could disagree with her mother, but she knew it was true. She had seen time and time again how her mother would just not attempt to give an opinion anymore. Perhaps she used to? Perhaps she just gave up on the effort? "I retreated into myself. I barely realized it meant I retreated from you too." There was anguish in the voice. Nancy realized her mother must have bent her head forward, because she could suddenly feel tears dropping onto the back of her hand. Her mother was crying with vigor. "When your father wished to marry you off to Lord Hodge, it shook something within me. A wake-up moment of what was about to happen. My daughter, my sweetheart, about to marry such a man, and I could do nothing to stop it. It was unbearable to contend with. When the Duke of Peterhum wrote wishing to court you, I felt such relief. Listen to me, Nancy." Margaret clasped even more to her hand. "He has rescued you from a marriage that would sentence you to despair. Probably worse than my own. I know about this, believe me, I do. Look at your father, a beautiful man who struggles to accept anyone else's opinion. A heart of stone beneath it all. A handsome countenance is no guarantee of the kind heart. Her words made Nancy twist uncomfortably. But the Duke of Peterhum, he did something incredibly kind for you. He is the kindest man I know, Nancy said, her voice quiet. Good. Look beyond his scar, sweetheart. I know your courtship was not something you planned on. The meaning made Nancy flinch. Yes, it was not something she had planned on, but it was not something she regretted either. She could not imagine going back to courting the Marquis of Honeyfield, now that she knew the Duke of Peterhum so well. He is a remarkable man. I do not look at him and just see his scar, Ma. Do not worry about that, she reassured her. Forgive me, sweetheart, for retreating from you, her mother said again, holding her close at her side. If we survive this, I promise things will change. She raised her daughter's bound hands to her chest, and held it tight, as though in an embrace. It is not an apology you need to give, Ma, Nancy reassured. In her position, she half expected she would have done a similar thing. If I had had to marry Lord Hodge, I wonder how I would have changed. The Duke of Peterhum had not only changed her prospects, but he had also changed her as a person. She would tell him. Of course, she would. If she ever managed to escape their captors, she would tell him how she felt about him. There was a sound nearby, of a twig being stepped on. Nancy's head flicked toward it, despite not being able to see, straining to hear it better. Shh, Ma, she whispered to her mother. Someone else is here. Chapter 15. Philip had been running for what felt like ages. Through the mist, it was impossible to discern figures far ahead. He began to fear he was running round in circles, merely acting like a madman within the throes of his fears. He kept his pistol raised, his breath clouding the air in front of him. He was tempted to call for her, to scream Lady Bolton's name in the hope of a reply, but he held his tongue, in case it called the attention of the captors. If they saw him first, and they had pistols of their own, they could shoot her, injuring her before he could reach her side. 2 men. That was what the steward said. Where could they be hiding? He had ridden through this forest since he was a child. He knew every inch of it, every tree, every mound of earth. He paused in his running for a moment, thinking carefully. If I wanted to hide somewhere in this forest, where would I go? An idea occurred to him, and he took off running in one direction. There was a clearing in the center of the forest. He remembered going there as a child, where his father and his uncle taught him to shoot. It was within a dip in the earth, a kind of natural large bowl of ground. He sprinted toward it, until his legs began to burn. Slowly, the mist lifted slightly, revealing the dip within the trees that he was seeking out. He slowed his sprint, as figures appeared through the mist. There were 2 standing, their silhouettes suggesting they were wearing hoods. As he moved through the mist, their outlines became a little clearer to discern. The abductors. There were 2 other figures on the ground, kneeling, bent together. They were nearer to him than the abductors, meaning he could just make out something of their clothes and their hair through the mist. He made a beeline toward them. It had to be Lady Bolton and her mother. As a twig broke beneath his feet, the 2 men wearing hoods snapped their heads in his direction. He raised the pistol in his hand, preparing to fire, aiming at the abductors, but before he could pull the trigger, something heavy struck at the back of his head. He felt the pain ricochet down his neck and spine. Sharp and agonizing. The world slipped sideways from the pain, and he fell to his knees. Unconsciousness was drawing him in. He tried to fight it, tried to stay awake. He could just about see the 2 figures on their knees. One indeed was Lady Bolton. Her head was turned in his direction, but she was wearing something across her head, a kind of blindfold. Lady Bolton. Then someone stepped between them, blocking her from his view. In front of his face, a pair of boots appeared. There was something familiar about the boots, as though he had seen them before. Then he slipped away into the darkness. "Ah, you are here," one of the rogues declared loudly. Nancy twisted her head in his direction. "Looks like you two have not been doing your jobs properly." A third voice joined them. "He nearly caught you." "He? Who is he?" "Well, we have been a little more preoccupied with kidnapping 2 royals, as opposed to just one." "That I can see," the third voice said. The voice moved around Nancy and her mother, joining the others. "I know that voice. It cannot be. Surely, this cannot be happening. It cannot be him." The realization of who was behind it all, of who had ordered the abductors to kidnap her and her mother, was all too horrible to think of. "You?" she declared suddenly. At her voice, her mother clasped her hand, trying to hold her down to the ground. "Nancy, shh. I cannot be quiet now, Ma," Nancy complained, trying to raise herself up on her knees. "You are behind all of this." A small laugh greeted her words. "Congratulations, gentlemen." The voice addressed the 2 captors, rather than acknowledging her words. "You have done a fine job." "Excellent. Then pay us our money, and we will be on our way." "And we want more now," the second one interrupted. "Kidnapping 2 royals is a greater risk, as opposed to just one." "Is it?" "It is still 2 women after all, no difference there." The familiar voice walked around again. Nancy could scarcely believe it. "He cannot be behind all this. It is not possible." "Your job is not over quite yet, though." He was still talking to the captors. "Take off their blindfolds." Nancy heard footsteps across the earth and twigs, followed by the feeling of someone tugging at the cloth behind her head. As the blindfold fell away, the view of the third man appeared. She blinked, adjusting her eyes to the grey mist as they settled on him, prepared to see the man she could recognize from his voice alone. Before her, the face of Mr. Jeremy Wallace, Philip's uncle, appeared. "Why are you doing this?" Nancy declared, trying to move forward on her knees. One of the captors grabbed her shoulders, pulling her back. Her eyes darted up and down Mr. Wallace. He was standing with his arms folded, a hood pulled up over his head, and a pistol at the belt around his waist. The pistol was old and cheap, heavily worn. Mr. Wallace's expression was much darker than Nancy had ever seen it before. He had always been such a happy man, full of optimism. He appeared a different man entirely now. He said nothing to reply to her question. "You are the one responsible for trying to harm the Duke and myself? Why are you doing this to the Duke?" She could not understand it. Her voice was wild with anger and fear. Mr. Wallace smiled. There was something unsettling in that smile, sinister. It made Nancy recoil back. He gestured to the side of them, pointing something out to her in the clearing. Nancy followed his gaze, and her eyes found something that made a wave of nausea take over her body. It was the Duke. He was lying on the floor, his eyes closed, completely unconscious, with blood on the back of his head. "No." Nancy tried to get to her feet, tried to run to him, but she was held back. Her captor used her shoulders to force her down into the earth again. "What did you do to him?" "Oh, he is taking a little nap, shall we say?" Mr. Wallace looked back to her with a wicked smile. One caused from a heavy blow to the back of his head. His soft chuckle made Margaret whimper at Nancy's side. "Why would you do this?" Nancy was shaking her head. "I do not understand." "You are his uncle." "Indeed, I am, my lady." He scoffed as he used her title. "As an uncle to the Duke, I have had to watch a boy grow up to take such a grand title, knowing all the time that if he did not exist, the title could be my own." His words made Nancy and Margaret exchange a fearful glance. "You wish to be Duke?" Nancy summarized quickly. "But the Duke talks of you with such love." She shook her head once again, unable to follow the train of thought. Of course, he does. Mr. Wallace waved the idea away, walking over to the Duke's side, as he laid flat in the earth. It would do no good to make him suspicious of me now, would it? No, he had to think of me as his best friend in the world, if I were ever to get what I truly wanted. He nudged the Duke with his foot. Do not touch him. Nancy tried to scramble away again, but it did no good. She was pulled back by her captor. To her screeching tone, Mr. Wallace laughed once again. Has he ever told you how he got that scar of his, Lady Bolton? Mr. Wallace stepped over the Duke. As though he mattered no more to him than a fallen animal. He walked toward Nancy. It happened the night he lost his parents. Nancy spoke quietly. That it was. He was trying to reach his mother, trying to save her from the fate that had already taken his father. He reached Nancy's side, and bent down toward her. Not everything went according to plan that night though. Plan? What plan? Nancy was growing desperate, scrambling against the hands that were holding her back. Well, poor Philip over there should have died too, you see. His words made Nancy fall still for a moment, in her attempt to escape. Her mind worked quickly to put together the clues she had been given. You arranged the attack on his parents? She whispered quickly. Mr. Wallace stood straight again, holding out his hands on either side of himself with pride, as though he were an actor taking a bow on a stage. You murdered your own brother and his wife? And attempted to kill your nephew? Her voice pitched higher at the end, her sudden anger breaking through. All for what? For a title. Oh, dear, you belittle it so. He walked away, nonchalant with his tone. His stride was easy, as though they were talking together in a sitting room, not in the middle of a forest, with the Duke lying unconscious nearby. Clearly you have no idea, my lady, what it is like to grow up in another person's shadow. To always be the one in second place, the one people forget about. To hear the same thing everywhere you go. Look now, here comes the Duke of Peterhum, oh yes, and his younger brother, but no one remembers his name. Nancy and Margaret both withdrew away, cowering from him. You are mad. Nancy spat toward him. It changed his strange happy manner. He looked to her, a sudden darkness on his face with a furrowed brow. See? You do not understand. So, you are the reason his parents died. Nancy looked to the Duke on the floor, wishing he were awake so he could hear all of this. Why did you not try again after the attack? Oh, it would have been obvious then, don't you think? If Philip here had died so soon, it would have been plain as day, that all of their deaths were murder, the culprit clearly the man who inherited the title. He walked back over to the Duke's body, staring down at him with that dark look and folded arms. So, I decided to wait. Then why try to kill Nancy? Margaret's voice suddenly declared. Ma. Nancy turned her attention to her mother, seeing the panic in her face. She has nothing to do with any of this. She could produce an heir. Mr. Wallace looked at them, the hint of a smirk across his cheeks. Living as a hermit, I never had to consider that Philip would marry and produce an heir. Then, suddenly, out of nowhere, he began to court you, my lady. The prospect of another heir? No, I could not have that. So, you set up the carriage accident. Nancy spoke firmly, trying to obtain the full confession from him, now that he was so happy to talk of his intent. When that did not work, you tried to break into my room. I took an old pistol from the stable. I did not think for one moment Philip would still be walking around the castle at that time of night. He laughed at that idea. Well, he has always been much more on his guard, since the death of his parents. When he chased me out of the house, I did actually try to aim at Philip, but he was too quick. He dived out of the way. It gave me a chance to get back into the building without him following, and I joined in with the search for the intruder. When you were stood talking to Philip, I knocked the candle over in your room to start the fire. I did think you had seen me that night as you escaped the fire. Nancy remembered seeing the silhouette, with the hood up and the pistol raised. She had convinced herself it was her own imagination, but clearly, it was not. How can such a man exist? The murderous intent. The willingness to see death just for the sake of a title and an inheritance? Nancy pictured the man stood before her as a kind of demon, one of those creatures she saw in old medieval paintings. On the outside they appear normal, but on the inside, their hearts are as black as ink, deformed and twisted. What of the shooting? Nancy pursued the matter. As the Duke came to visit me, he was shot. Was that you, or was that one of your bandits? She looked up to the dark-haired man, who still had his hands on her shoulders. He smiled back down to her, enjoying her degradation. That was me too. I am fond of doing the deed myself. Mr. Wallace was smiling fully now. Now, enough of this blather. Time for some action. He turned his gaze back to the two of them. Nancy reached out for her mother. With their bound hands, they held tightly onto each other. What do you intend to do? Nancy asked, trying to keep the tremor out of her voice. Please wake up, Your Grace. The sight of the blood dripping down from the back of his head, across his neck, and onto the white collar of his shirt, made her feel sick. Well, I was hoping that I would have seen the last of you and your little maid. Mr. Wallace gestured to her with his hand. It was a belittling move, a small wave suggesting insignificance. That has changed now. Nancy crushed her mother's fingers in her own, desperate to hold on to her. Mr. Wallace pulled the worn pistol out from his weapons belt, and began to refill it with shot and powder. Nancy. Her mother's voice urged Nancy to look at her. There were tears in Margaret's eyes again. She smiled sadly. It was a smile of love, mixed with hopelessness. I love you, sweetheart. Ma, I love you too, Nancy whispered. Her words made the tears spill from Margaret's eyes, and run down her cheeks. This is not our end, Ma. God, I hope it is not. Yet Mr. Wallace now held a stern face, as he finished preparing the pistol. He raised it in the air, examining the weapon to check it was ready, then lowered it again, his dark eyes connecting with Nancy's. So, what do you intend to do now? Nancy prompted, her eyes once more flicking to the Duke on the ground. Was his hand in that position before? She was certain she was imagining it. She could have almost sworn that his palm had moved position, yet his eyes were closed. It seems I must kill 2 royals today. Mr. Wallace's words induced Nancy to look back to him. Beside her, Margaret gasped. A gasp of fear. Wait. No. Nancy begged, trying to shuffle forward on her knees, but still she was held in place. Let my mother go. I cannot do that now. She has heard everything. No, it must be the 2 of you. He raised the pistol. Then let the Duke go. Nancy begged, imploring him with her voice straining. Kill me if you must, but do not kill him. You think I would let this opportunity go? He was laughing callously. Hardly. It will be easy enough to stage. We will make it look like you and your mother were taken by highwaymen, and oh dear, the poor Duke in his haste to rescue you, ran straight into the path of a bullet. Then Mr. Wallace will be Duke. It was evil to her, the idea that Mr. Wallace was about to get everything he hoped for, through murder and the deaths of so many people. All for the sake of a title, and not living in anyone's shadows anymore. Please, do not kill him. Nancy pleaded, her voice small now. Too late for that, my lady. Would you like to beg for your own lives too? Mr. Wallace had the pistol aimed at Nancy. Step to the side, gentlemen. The hands that had been holding Nancy to the floor, released her, leaving her alone with her mother. They held hands together, their palms sweaty with fear. Goodbye, sweetheart. Her mother whispered to her. "Goodbye, Ma." Nancy felt her breath hitch. As Mr. Wallace placed his finger on the trigger, she glanced quickly to the Duke. Still, he had not moved. "I never got to tell him that I loved him. Because I do. I do love him." She looked back to Mr. Wallace. "Goodbye, my lady." His scoffing tone made Nancy close her eyes. She waited, holding her breath, listening for the sound of the gunshot. Chapter 16. Philip had to act quickly. He kept his eyes closed, feigning unconsciousness for a little longer. Sluggishly, he had come round from the depths of darkness. He had missed most of the conversation that had taken place, but he had grasped some of it. "My uncle. He is the one behind all this. He is trying to murder Lady Bolton." He could hear the sounds of Jeremy preparing a pistol, and the goodbye he gave to Lady Bolton. "No." Philip moved so fast, he almost stumbled, in his effort to stand from the ground. He grabbed the pistol from his belt, and aimed it at his uncle's head. Even with the pounding pain at the back of his head, he tried to focus on his uncle, pushing through a sense of dizziness. "Stop." At his cry, Jeremy's head flicked toward him, the dark eyes wide in surprise. All was still for a moment. With Philip pointing a pistol at Jeremy, he in turn pointing a pistol at Lady Bolton and her mother, and two rogues standing opposite Philip in their strange circle. Philip realized they had to be the two men that his steward had talked about, the ones that had taken Lady Bolton and her mother. "Philip, my boy, you are awake?" Jeremy's voice possessed a tone Philip had never heard before. "This cannot be happening." "Yet it is. It is happening. Jeremy is trying to murder Lady Bolton." Philip realized that as he had approached the area, he had seen the two rogues huddled together. There was only one possible person who could have delivered the blow to his head. "My own uncle?" "Uncle, lower the pistol, or I will shoot." He kept his voice level, despite his anger. Jeremy let out an evil laugh. It sent out a sickening echo, which seemed to vibrate off of the trees around them. "You have the stomach to kill me, my boy?" Jeremy was enjoying himself. Jeremy was no longer the man that Philip knew. He was a deformed version of him, a changeling that had swapped bodies with the man. "I am your uncle. Your own flesh and blood. Then be so good as to tell me why my own flesh and blood is trying to murder the woman I am courting. And her mother?" His voice was husky with anger. Jeremy half shrugged in response, though he did not lower the pistol, the barrel remained aiming at the two women. "It is difficult to explain, my boy." "No, it is not." Lady Bolton's voice came through with surprising boldness, earning all of their gazes. Philip looked to her. She was trying to push her mother behind her, whilst they were on their knees, trying to protect her, but the Duchess would not allow it. She too was attempting to protect her daughter with equal effort. "Be quiet, or I shoot," Jeremy bellowed. "You shoot and I shoot, uncle," Philip yelled. Jeremy fell silent. His face was twitching as he watched Lady Bolton. Philip grew aware of movement opposite him. The two rogues were trying to move away. "Move any further and I shoot," Philip warned. The two men fell still, clearly not wanting to take that risk. Philip returned his eyes to Jeremy. "Uncle, lower the pistol." "That I cannot do, my boy." Jeremy looked to him with a smile. "This has to be done." "Is he mad?" It appeared to Philip now that he was. He stared wildly. Philip could see the whites of his eyes. "It does not." "You shoot, uncle, and I shoot too." "You would not do it," his uncle scoffed. "Are you willing to take that risk?" Philip could hear his heartbeat in his ears as he watched Jeremy. "Please put it down. Do not make me shoot you. I do not want to shoot my own blood." Jeremy grimaced for a moment, his body stiffened as though he was about to pull the trigger. It made both Lady Bolton and the Duchess quiver, holding on to each other even tighter than before. Then suddenly he relented. He dropped the pistol to the ground. He held both hands up, and stepped away from the weapon. One of the rogues stepped forward, as though going for the pistol. "Do not take another step." Philip turned the pistol on the rogue, who froze on the spot. "Move away." He gestured with the pistol. Together, the two rogues backed away a few steps. It allowed him enough distance to move forward, and pick up his uncle's pistol from the ground, raising that one too, so one barrel was pointed at the rogues, and the other at his uncle. Only when Philip was certain he was in charge of the situation, did he look back to Lady Bolton and the Duchess. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice wary. Lady Bolton and the Duchess were sat back on their knees now, both breathing heavily, the evident relief overwhelming. His eyes locked with Lady Bolton's. Her eyes were bright blue with unshed tears, and staring up at him. "She is alive. She is unharmed." There was the sound of hooves nearby, as though many horses were trying to make their way to them. "Someone is coming this way." Philip flicked his head back round, just in time to see the rogues take off, capitalizing on the advantage of the distraction. They sprinted in one direction, trying to make their escape. Jeremy appeared to realize this was his opportunity too. He ran, turning away from them, and trying to make his way to the safety of the trees. "God forgive me for this." Philip raised the pistol and fired. Nancy covered her mouth, as she saw Mr. Wallace fall to the floor. He was clutching at his leg. The Duke had fired one of the pistols in his hand, and delivered a hefty wound indeed, but one that was clearly not fatal. Mr. Wallace was scrambling on the floor, crying out in pain. "Your Grace," Nancy said quietly, uncertain what to say. Her words seemed to rouse him from a kind of daze. He looked back to her, his dark eyes dancing around. When he saw her on her knees, her hands still bound, he hurried forward. He said nothing as he placed the pistols in his waistband, and rushed to untie both Nancy's and Margaret's hands. "Who is coming?" Margaret was looking around, desperately trying to see through the mist and the trees. "I am not certain." The Duke shook his head. "Your Grace." As Nancy's hands were freed, she reached out toward the Duke. He was not really looking at her, so did not see her hand. His gaze instead was upon the rope in his grasp. "There is much to tell you," of what he said. He nodded wordlessly and stood again. He walked over to his uncle, through the clearing. As he reached his side, he took hold of his uncle's hands, and bound them together. "You cannot do this, Philip." His uncle began to rage up from his position on the ground, his face almost purple with his anger. "What do you intend to do? Arrest me?" He did not answer, he merely finished tying his uncle's hands, and released him again, leaving him on the floor thrashing around. "Or do you intend to leave me bleeding to death?" His uncle spat at his feet. The Duke stared sadly at Mr. Wallace as he stepped away. The sight of it was too awful for Nancy to see. She wished she could take away the agony of the moment from the Duke, but it was impossible. The sound of horses' hooves was much nearer now. Nancy looked up to see a herd of horses appear with men astride through the mist between the trees. Amongst them was her father, the Duke of Cornington. "Your Grace," her father declared, his eyes finding the Duke of Peterhum first. "What has happened?" "It seems my uncle hired two thugs to kidnap your daughter and wife. He intended to kill them both." He turned away from Mr. Wallace, and walked toward Cornington. The rogues ran off in that direction. "You three, go after them." Cornington ordered 3 men to follow, as he jumped down from his horse. "You two," he gestured to 2 other men. "Arrest Mr. Wallace." He pointed to Mr. Wallace still thrashing on the floor. Nancy helped her mother to her feet, fearful her legs would give out at any moment. They were trembling, from the shock of all that had happened, and relieved that they had managed to escape with their lives. Her eyes were on the Duke of Peterhum. He was staring at his uncle, watching as he was dragged to his feet by two men. Margaret. Nancy. Her father's voice urged her to look at him. His expression was something she had never seen before. His eyes found them through the mist, and he ran toward them. As he reached their side, she could see there were tears on his cheeks. "Are you all right?" He threw his arms around Margaret. She seemed blindsided by the move. She stared over her husband's shoulder at Nancy, completely bewildered, her eyes darting around. The Duke leaned back, taking Margaret's cheeks in his hands. "Please tell me you are unharmed, Margaret. Please, I beg of you." "I am unharmed," she assured. "Nancy?" He looked to his daughter and held his hand out to her. As she warily gave it to him, surprised by such a display of affection, he drew her into them. He embraced them both tightly, his arms around them. Nancy could scarcely believe it as she heard him sob. He was always a man of such reserve, of such formality. This display of fear and affection was unlike anything she had ever imagined. "I thought I had lost you both for a minute there." His voice was a display of true anguish. As they all leaned back from their embrace, she looked to her mother, seeing the same surprise in her features, that she was certain was in her own expression. "I am so sorry, for everything." He appeared to be trembling himself. "I will never take you both for granted again, I promise that." Nancy watched as her mother placed a hand on his shoulder. She appeared nervous with the action, uncertain of it. He took the hand from his shoulder, taking it in both hands, and bringing it up to his mouth, kissing the back with surprising warmth. "He seems so different to the father I know." Nancy's gaze flicked between the two of them. Margaret betrayed the smallest of smiles, as Cornington continued to kiss her hand. Nancy looked past them, seeing Mr. Wallace disappear through the mist now, being dragged away completely through the trees. The Duke of Peterhum was no longer standing. He was sat on a log nearby, staring down at his feet. He had a hand on the back of his neck, and appeared to be checking his head wound. Nancy tapped her parents' arms, and gestured to the Duke, showing where she was going. They both nodded, giving her freedom to move toward him. As she walked away, she could hear her parents talking together. Her father was holding most of the conversation. "I am so sorry, Margaret. I am truly sorry for everything, please forgive me. I always took you for granted." Nancy pushed the words away. If her father, the man who always put so much stock in formality, and what was considered proper, could give way to emotion at a time such as this, then she could too. She hurried to the Duke's side, determined to speak with him. "Your Grace?" Chapter 17. The Duke looked up to her, with a small expression of surprise in his features. The relief to see him awake was overwhelming to her. As he had been laid out unconscious on the ground, there had been one awful moment, where she had thought he was lost to this world. She hurried closer to him, throwing all care for her dignity and how to be proper away. With him sat on the thin log so low down to the ground, she sank to the floor in front of him, and threw her arms around him. There was a moment of shock for him. She could feel it, as he did not respond. Then, a moment later, his arms went up to embrace her too. Her arms wound around his neck, and his looped her waist. Together, they held each other close. "I thought you were gone for a minute there," she whispered into his ear. "I thought I would lose you too." His voice was miserable, in true pain. She leaned back slightly from their embrace, feeling his arms still hold tightly onto her. She rested her hands on his collar. "You saved my life." She smiled to him. "I cannot believe it." He shook his head. "My own uncle? I am so sorry he was trying to harm you. I brought you into this. Lady Bolton, I just dash." "Do not be silly." She pressed herself to him. The moment was intimate, making him hold on to her even tighter. "Do not apologize, it is in no way your fault. How much did you hear of what your uncle said?" "Only that he intended to murder you and your mother." He was holding back tears. He swallowed, holding his dark gaze on her. "What else did he say?" Nancy struggled to say the words. To be the one to reveal the horror of it all was excruciating, but it had to be done. "Your Grace, he confessed to orchestrating the murder of your parents." She watched him carefully for a reaction. His face turned pale and his eyes widened. Nancy knew she would have to reveal everything as quickly as possible, so she rushed to finish. "He said that he planned for you to die in the attack too." "No, surely not." The Duke was shaking his head again, but there was no feeling in his words, no depth. As though he already believed Nancy, and just wished it could all be a misunderstanding. "He wanted to be Duke. He desired your title and your inheritance. He talked of being tired of standing in his brother's shadow." At her words, he hung his head. It brought them even closer together. She rested her forehead on his. For a moment, they just shared in the quiet, the two of them listening to the sounds of the horses preparing to leave, and the distant murmur of her mother and father talking. "Why now? Why not try to kill me sooner?" the Duke said, keeping his head against hers. "He said he waited, as it would have been too plain who the culprit was, had you died so soon, rather than your parents' deaths just looking like the result of a burglary." She spoke quietly to him. "When I came along?" asked. He lifted his head from hers, connecting their gaze once again. He bore the smallest lopsided smile. The prospect of an heir was too much for him. "You are correct." She nodded. "He could have just come after me, though." "Why did he have to come after you too?" His grasp around her waist tightened, making her yawn to lean into him. Now she was in his hold, she never wanted to let him go. "I think he is a man who lost his common sense a long time ago." She thought back to Mr. Wallace's appearance from a few minutes before, how at times he seemed to be raving like a madman. "Yes, I suppose so." He turned his eyes up to the sky. "Oh, good Lord. Are you all right, Your Grace?" "I am not sure." His eyes still on the heavens, as though imploring an answer from God himself. "I feel pain and relief, all at the same time." "Bittersweet?" "Yes, that is a good word for it." He lowered his eyes to hers. "I suppose I should be happy, shouldn't I? The man responsible for my parents' deaths will go to prison now. They have been avenged." "Is that what you wanted? All this time?" She leaned forward slightly, watching him closely. "Vengeance?" "Yes, but I did not think it was something that was possible. I will tell you all of what happened that night. I must." "You do not have to." She tried to reassure him, resting her hands on his shoulders. "No, but I wish to. I will go into it all in detail later, but there were 3 men there that night. I was up reading in the library, and should have been in my room. When I heard the ruckus, I ran through the house, finding my father at the top of the stairs, already gone. By the time I reached my mother's room, she was on the floor." He closed his eyes, as though trying to block out the memory of it. "I fought her assailant, trying to get to her. It is how I got this scar." She lifted her hand to his cheek, and brushed the scar with her thumb. "I tried to revive them both, but it was no use." He shook his head. The staff roused from their beds, came to help, and the 3 men ran off. It was not long before I found the 3rd man had been in my room too. It was upturned. "Are you telling me that you always suspected they came to do you and your family harm?" she asked in a whisper. "Not exactly." His dark eyes darted between hers. "Just a lingering feeling, one I did not want to admit. I guess it is why I clung to my uncle even more after that. The only family I had left. Look what that has done for me. All alone in the world. His eyes flicked to the trees, where Mr. Wallace had been dragged away. Nancy felt an ache in her chest. It was a longing to help the Duke escape all his problems. There was one way she could think of that could bring a smile to his face. She breathed deeply, preparing herself to say it. Your Grace, you are not alone in this world. As she pulled on his shoulders, urging him to look at her, he returned her gaze. I am not? Of course not. You have me. She watched his face for a reaction, seeing the corner of his lips tilt up slightly. I do? His voice cracked with a sign of hope. I love you, Your Grace. The sentiment sounded so formal as she addressed him properly. I do. I am extremely glad you asked to court me, even with Mr. Wallace's madness. Her strange jest brought a small laugh from him, breaking through his sad countenance. With me at your side, you will never be alone. You love me? He repeated in surprise. Lady Bolton, I cannot tell you how happy I am to see you abandon your formal reserve for a few moments. Well, you did keep telling me I should relax my need for propriety a little. So I did. He chuckled. In which case, there is something I need to ask you, Lady Bolton. Nancy felt her breath hitch with anticipation. Philip was still reeling from Lady Bolton's words. Her confession to being in love with him, to have her alive and in his arms too, was just too much. He knew it was hardly the sweetest or most romantic of moments, but he did not care for such things any longer. I have just lost what family I had left in this world. Is it not time I made a new family? Lady Bolton. He attempted a serious tone, but could see the smile pulling at her own lips, clearly suspicious of his next words. Her bright blue eyes were dancing around too. I realize that this is perhaps not the most perfect moment for this question, but I fear I cannot hold off asking it any longer. I beg you to hurry, she whispered, glancing to her parents. Before my father realizes I am in such an improper position with you, and begs me to step away. Her jest prompted him to laugh, and looked to her father. The Duke of Cornington had his back to the two of them, his own focus much more on his wife. His usual demand for decorum also seemed to have lapsed at this moment, with his wife's hands in his. Fortunately, your father seems preoccupied. Philip returned his smile to Nancy, enjoying the warmth of having her in his arms, and the grasp of her hands on his shoulders. Nevertheless, I will be quick. Marry me, Lady Bolton. His voice was deep and earnest as he spoke. He felt her hand lift to his cheek once more, she brushed the scar there. He sank into her touch, feeling her warm fingers on his cheek. You are the kindest man I have ever known. She spoke softly. He looked to her eyes, seeing them glistening with unshed tears. How could I say no? Is that a yes? He laughed. It is. She nodded. He grasped her hand from his cheek, and lifted it to his mouth, kissing the back with vigor. He wished he could kiss her properly, but to do so when her parents were stood so close, was perhaps a little too improper, even after their normal rules were relaxed. So, did I hear that correctly? The Duke of Cornington's voice disturbed the two of them. Nancy looked up from the Duke of Peterhum, to see her father and mother walking over to her. Her mother's hand was still in her father's grasp, though Margaret's face was still showing some confusion, mixed with happiness. Am I to have a new son-in-law? The Duke of Cornington asked with a smile. Yes, father. Nancy jumped to her feet, relieved to see the Duke of Peterhum did not release her hand. He moved slowly to his feet too, though his other hand came up to clasp the wound on the back of his head. Your Grace, that is if we have your blessing, the Duke said with a smile. Of course, you do, her father declared happily. Now come on, we must get you to a physician before you fall down. As he turned away, leading Margaret away too, Nancy used the opportunity to thread her arm around the Duke of Peterhum's waist, to help him stand straight. The Duke appeared to have other ideas on how to capitalize on the moment of her father looking away. He lowered his head to hers, and placed a quick kiss to her lips. It was brief, but intimate, encouraging Nancy to lean up into him. It had caused sparks of excitement through her body. As the Duke pulled away and looked down at her, she felt her smile would never vanish again. "I forgot to say." The Duke had a smile of his own. "I love you too." "You do?" she repeated, bobbing on her toes for a moment. "I do." He nodded. "So, I hope you will not object to our marriage being fairly soon." His smile made her raise her eyebrows with a silent question. "After losing my family, I would like to make another family very soon." She laughed in response, holding tightly to him. She lifted her hand to his cheek once again. She considered how different he truly was to the man who she had first thought him to be, at their beginning of their courtship. "The kindest man I have ever known. I cannot wait." Chapter 18. Nancy had been jittery with excitement ever since she had woken up. Today is the day. She and Ruth had been gossiping for most of the morning, the two of them talking at length of their move to the Duke of Peterhum's estate after the wedding, and what their future would entail. As Nancy sat looking into her vanity mirror, preparing for the big day, her mind wandered of its own accord. It drifted onto the prospect of her husband, and all that had passed for him recently. She had seen every facet of him now. The grief, the strength, the protector, and the kind heart. Nancy knew that the last couple of months had been incredibly difficult for her betrothed. Mr. Wallace's trial had been painful to face. Despite the Duke's protests, Nancy had insisted on coming with him to the trial. The whole time she sat beside him, holding his hand, wordlessly offering support. The only time she had let go of him was when he stepped forward to give evidence against his uncle. The two hired bandits that Mr. Wallace had paid to abduct Nancy and Margaret had been captured and also appeared in court. They testified that Mr. Wallace had paid them to kidnap Nancy, and they admitted to hearing him confess to the murder of the Duke's parents. Condemned by his own words, Mr. Wallace was sent to the gallows. Nancy knew she would never forget the way the Duke held tightly to her hand when they made the announcement. He had turned away from his uncle in the courtroom, and kept his eyes on her, as they both listened to the cries of the mad Mr. Wallace being dragged away. Mr. Wallace had screamed so loudly that his voice had echoed against the rafters of the courtroom. He had hurled such curses against the Duke and his father, that Nancy had flinched at every insult. "He is truly a man with a blackened heart. Time to get out of here," she had whispered to the Duke moments later. She had lifted her hand, and brushed his scar with her thumb once again. It was a move she often did now, one of affection that always seemed to bring a smile to his face. Time to move on and think of something else. He had nodded, and jumped to his feet, leading the two of them out. Mr. Wallace was going to be a subject of their past, not of their future. After the trial, they had gone to the family church on the Duke's estate, and laid flowers for his parents. There, in detail, he had told her of what had happened the night he had lost the two of them. It was clear to her why he needed to do it. The only other person who knew these details was Mr. Wallace. The Duke plainly needed someone who did truly love him, to know what had happened on that traumatic night. Whilst conversation had been sad for a few days, it had not been long before their chatter had turned to something much happier. The preparations for the wedding. Soon every conversation they had was full of hope and excitement for the future. Nancy smiled at her reflection in the mirror, shaking herself out of her memories. Mr. Wallace's endeavor failed. He cannot harm my love now. We are free of him. Free to start a new family. How is that, my lady? What do you think? Ruth's voice prompted Nancy to look up from the mirror to her hair. Nancy smiled at the sight that greeted her. Ruth had taken extra care with her work on this special day. Nancy's dark hair was laced in beautiful braids that were bound at the back of her head. There were a few loose curls that trailed down her cheek, but pressed into the braids were lots of tiny snowdrop flowers. "Oh, Ruth, it is beautiful," Nancy gushed with joy, tilting her head from side to side, in order to have a better view in the mirror. In the build-up to the wedding, the long winter was finally breaking. Nancy had only ever seen the Duke's estate in the throes of frost and mist, but a few days ago, she had seen the first snowdrops of the year peeking through the soil in the gardens. A sure sign that spring was on its way. "Look, winter has passed at last," she had declared, picking up one of the snowdrops. At her side, the Duke had picked one up too, with a curious look on his face. "What is wrong, my love?" She had taken to calling him this now. Each time she used it, he smiled deeply. "I was just thinking how long it has felt that this estate has been in winter." He had his eyes on the snowdrop. "What do you mean?" "I suppose it has felt cold and frosty here since their deaths." He had looked up to her then, and looped the snowdrop through her hair. His words had caused a pain in her chest, pain for him. "I'm so sorry, my love." "Don't be." He had laughed at this, dismissing her worry. "I was just thinking how happy I am, that the winter here is finally ending. It seems you ended the spell that was cast over this place." At the sweetness of his words, she had glanced over to Ruth, who was standing nearby as their chaperone. Ruth giggled and turned away, giving Nancy enough privacy to steal a quick kiss from the Duke. Now that Nancy had relaxed her need for propriety a little, she seemed to be taking advantage of her newfound freedom at every opportunity, evidently much to the Duke's joy. "Here you go, my lady." Ruth's words brought Nancy out of her reverie. "Into your dress." Ruth was holding up Nancy's wedding dress. Nancy rushed to change, barely able to stand still from all the excitement. "Ruth, I have just realized I owe you a true debt of gratitude." At her joyful words, Ruth looked over her shoulder, uniting their gazes in the reflection of the mirror. "Whatever for, my lady?" Ruth's brow was furrowed in confusion. "I am very grateful that you fainted when you accompanied me to that ball." Nancy laughed with the words. Ruth giggled too, blushing from embarrassment, covering her cheeks for a moment. "You are?" "Oh, but I ruined the evening." "You ruined nothing." Nancy waved the idea away. "Turns out, you set me on a much better path than I was on." Nancy turned, looking into the mirror, and watching the skirt of her dress ripple with the movement. "Thanks to that little incident, I am now to be a very happily married woman indeed. Because I am marrying for love." Ruth opened her arms and together, the two of them shared an embrace. Philip stood at the front of the aisle, unable to stand still. Every few seconds, he paced one way and then the other, constantly straightening his cravat and waistcoat. They had only a few guests for their wedding. Partly because Philip did not know many people from the ton, and partly because Nancy's reputation had taken a slight stain from the Viscount Guildhodge's actions, but Philip did not mind. Soon after their wedding, no one would talk of Nancy again with such gossip. For him, looking around the church, he could see all the people that mattered to him, all the ones he truly wanted there. Sat in one of the pews nearby were the men that had helped him to find Lady Bolton, the day his uncle had instigated the kidnap. There was Archer and Jones, and his steward too. Now much recovered, the steward was in good health, and had returned to his duties on the estate. As the church organ began to play, Philip worked hard to still his animated body. He stood at the front of the aisle, with his eyes turned to the door of the church. As it opened, it revealed Lady Bolton and her father, the Duke of Cornington, walking arm in arm through the church. She will not be Lady Bolton for much longer. The thought made warmth spread through Philip's chest as he looked to her, the two of them sharing impossibly wide smiles. She was about to become his wife, about to become a duchess. My duchess. She was dressed beautifully, the sight of her taking his breath away. her dress a pastel pale blue that brought out the startling color of her eyes. In her dark hair, lots of small snowdrops had been placed, reminding him of their conversation from a few days ago. It was a beautiful touch. As she neared him, he could see in her bouquet too were placed lots more snowdrops. The Duke of Cornington passed her hand to Philip. The two men shared a smile and a nod for a moment, before the Duke retreated to a pew nearby, and sat beside his wife. Philip's eyes watched the older couple for a moment in thought. Since Jeremy's abduction and the rescue of Margaret, the Duke's behavior toward her was much changed. Philip and Lady Bolton had talked of it often, remarking how the Duke no longer shut down Margaret's opinions. In return, Margaret was growing bolder, and more alive again. Philip returned his eyes to his wife Juby and they both turned to the vicar, feeling the happiness of the moment envelop him. "My wife. I will not be alone anymore." Nancy felt she tuned out most of what the vicar said, her focus was far too much on her husband Juby. "Within moments, we will be husband and wife." She repeated the vows when instructed to, and when Philip placed a ring on her finger, she clasped his hand tightly, reluctant to ever release him again. She saw him fighting a small laugh as she did this. "I now pronounce you, husband and wife." At the firm declaration of the vicar, a huge cheer went up from behind. Nancy glanced back to see everyone in the pews stand to their feet, all clapping in joy of the happy couple. Her eyes settled on her parents for a moment, seeing the happiness within their own faces. "Now, of course." The vicar's voice called her attention back. "You may kiss the bride, Your Grace." She looked up to the Duke, to her husband, in anticipation. He moved toward her, his dark eyes on her, sending a spark of excitement through her stomach, then he lowered his lips to hers. The kiss was sweet, lingering for a minute longer than they normally allowed themselves. The cheer behind them grew louder because of it. The Duke pulled back after a moment, with his smile so great that his scar was crinkling with the movement. She loved him for that scar now, as much as she loved him for every other part of him. It was part of what made him who he was. "I love you," she whispered, just so he could hear her beneath the ears. "I love you too, my wife." The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.